Council, members of the public and those watching online. Welcome to this extraordinary general meeting of the Council. Please note that the proceedings at the Council meetings are recorded and streamed live to the internet. The purpose of this meeting is to confer honorary alderwoman status on the former councillor, Mrs. Sue MacDonald. Thank you. I'll move to item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have apologies from Councillor Lang and Councillor Darcy.
Are there any further apologies?
Councillor Bingley will be arriving late. Councillor Bingley will be arriving late.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any interests in relation to this single item on the agenda? No. Thank you. Appointment of honorary alderman. Councillor Tudor Evans, OBE, Leader of the Council. I understand you are introducing this motion. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lugger, I understand you will be seconding the motion and would you also like to say a few words? Good. Yep.
Hello. It's really nice to see Sue back in one of her many stamping grounds. Don't forget, Sue served this place for 17 years. Service is the word. As well as serving St. Peter and the waterfront. Sue was a terrific cabinet member under the intermittent Labour administrations during her time on the council. She had various briefs, including adult health and social care, public health, children's services and education. So a bit of an all-rounder. Sue's contribution to her ward and Stonehouse specifically began way before she became a councillor. I mean, she lived there. That's a quite important thing. Over 40 years, it says, and raised a family. It's important to recognise Sue as a veteran, a former nurse, former sister, and of course, with Father Sam's place, a community worker as well. I knew you as Sue Jackson then, I think. Working with at St. Peter and the Holy Apostles. In her spare time, Sue was active in the community, of course, amongst other things. I found a member of the Millfields Trust, where she is now an honorary life president. She chaired the Plymouth Development Corporation monitoring panel, and as a member of the Plymouth Development Corporation, I can tell you that she was very robust in challenging the work and the priorities of said Plymouth Development Corporation. And of course, she was very vocal and busy during the whole regeneration plans for Mill Bay and represented her community superbly there. And that's important because, you know, she was involved in many community groups, Lord Mayor, you know, Stonehouse Residents Association and, not a lot of people know this, the Stonehouse Lawn Tennis Club. I can't think of anybody more deserving of the honour of honorary alderman than Sue. I valued your counsel when you were on this council, and I wish you a long and happy retirement, and I did then and I do now. But can I say thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of this side, and I hope everybody in here, you've served Plymouth well, and this is the least you deserve. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Lugger.
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is indeed an honour to second the proposal. In every political generation, Lord Mayor, there's always a rising star or a shining star. And I think in this particular case, a demure rising star and an active politician. Sue, of course, a veteran nurse, has served this council for nearly 2 decades. And indeed, in that time, she's been had the respect of both sides of the chamber. A high accolade to give to you is what the officers say. They say, whilst you were serving on the Health and Wellbeing Hub, you always found the middle ground, you found a collaborative approach to dealing with political matters, and you were fair-minded and very, very even-handed all the way through. On that basis, I would like to thank you for the service that you have given to this city, and I hope that this honour goes some way to show the city's appreciation. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lugger. Do any other members wish to speak? Okay. And we should now move on to the vote to pass this resolution of council to confer honorary alderwoman status to Mrs. Sue MacDonald. Can I ask that the council vote on this motion by raising your hand? All in favour? And those against? The result of the vote is unanimous in favour. Mrs. Sue MacDonald, would you still like to say a few words?
Yes, I would, Lord Mayor, and I promise they'll be very short. Stand up, I'll find that easier. Just to say that Christmas seems to be coming alarmingly close. I don't know if other people have found that. And the closer it comes, I think there's quite a lot to be doing around that time. And I wish for this council, along with all those who work within it, and that includes the people that we don't see here, the background workers, the cleaners, and everybody that works in this organisation. I wish for you all the gold of economic regeneration in your wards, frankincense for the spirit of community, and myrrh for the healing of any divisions and tensions, and I'm sure there aren't any in this room. So thank you very much. I have so enjoyed, not necessarily standing here right now, but I have so much enjoyed the companionship and the people that I've worked alongside on both sides. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Right. It gives me great pleasure to say on behalf of the council, I would like to offer Mrs. MacDonald our congratulations and thanks for her public service, not just in the chamber, but across her working life. Thank you very much, Alderman MacDonald.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Well, we're going to take a pause now of 2 minutes while we switch things around. Good afternoon, members, and welcome to this meeting of the full council. During the meeting today, I will be making rulings on process and conduct during the meeting and would ask the council to abide by the standing orders and the rules of debate. We all enjoy robust, respectful debate, and today will be no different. I expect the highest standards of behaviour and will not hesitate to intervene immediately. I will, however, warn members should I feel that their behaviour is inappropriate, and if successive warnings are required, I will ask you to leave the chamber. If members' speeches overrun the time allocated, I will allow you to finish your sentence, but ask you to finish as quickly as possible. At certain times, I may seek guidance from my advisors. Should we need to adjourn, I will inform council of what is happening and make time for us to reconvene. We will take a break later this afternoon and tea will be available in the reception room. I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind members that there is no local government equivalent of parliamentary privilege. Members will therefore be liable for any defamatory statements they make. If you wish to speak during the meeting, I would ask that you raise your hand and wait for me to invite you to speak. Please raise any points of order verbally. I will then pause the meeting to deal with a point of order. When raising a point of order, please state which procedure, rule or law you believe has been breached. All votes will be conducted via the electronic voting system today. The available time to cast your votes is 20 seconds. Thank you. I move to item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've apologies from Councillor Lang and Councillor Darcy.
Are there any further apologies? Thank you. Moving on to item 2 on the agenda, the minutes. These are the minutes to the 18th of September to be signed as correct record. Deputy Lord Mayor, will you second my proposal?
I will, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We will move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. Green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. That's passed. Thank you. I'll move on to item 3 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Can members please make it known by raising their hand if they have any private or disclosable pecuniary interest in any of the matters on today's agenda? No, thank you very much, members. I move to item 4, appointments to committees, outside bodies and council proportionality. There have been no changes and we will move to the next item. Right, so move to item number 5, questions from members of the public. And the first question is from a Mr. Black with regards to mental health services. Mr. Black, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and it's an honour to be in this chamber, and hopefully one day I'll be here as an elected member. Some residents in this city are on the cusp of being considered mentally competent to make decisions and care for themselves, meaning these people are very vulnerable and at risk of harm or self-neglect. How does the council support these people, and what support is there for them?
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. Councillor Aspinall, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We understand this is a worrying time for families and individuals when a loved one appears to become unwell or seems unable to make decisions for themselves. This can be caused by many factors, including their physical or mental health. It can mean they struggle to make decisions about their health and care needs, or their finances. We know that having the capacity to make decisions is not fixed, and for some people does change and fluctuate depending on how well they are at the time. The Mental Capacity Act 2005, known as the MCA, is the legislation that sets out how we should approach assessments in these circumstances. The MCA starts with the assumption that people have the capacity to make decisions for themselves and sets out the process which is then needed to be when there is a need to challenge and that fundamental assumption. There are a range of health and social care professionals that carry out Mental Capacity Act assessments. These are grounded in our best understanding of people's health and wishes and needs. Often people are supported by family and friends through this process. We do also have support for people who are going through this process via advocacy services like those provided by the Highbury Trust. We have support for the family and friends of the person via our carer services, which are provided by Improving Lives Plymouth, and also support and advice available from other VCSE partners, including Age UK. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Aspinall. Councillor Aspinall. Mr. Singh, you have a question with regards to car park fires. Would you like to ask your question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my question is, after the horrific fire at Luton Airport, have PCC carried out their own fire and risk assessments for their multi-storey and ground level car parks owned by them? Can you provide these and when they were carried out? Thank you.
Councillor Coker, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for your question. All council car parks are subject to risk assessments. These risk assessments review a wide range of risks and hazards alongside the measures that are in place to mitigate risk for the purpose of helping to keep people safe. Risk assessments are reviewed at least annually, and additionally, upon any occasion that a car park may be subject to change, or where we may have had a report of a near miss or an accident. These risk assessments include checks such as operation of fire doors and that access and egress routes are clear. Risk assessments can be updated at any time, where at any time of writing, the last risk assessment was reviewed and updated on the 21st of October 2023. We can provide access to any of the car park risk assessments that any individual would like to see.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coker. Mr. Sheaf is the next questioner. Divest from Barclays.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The question was submitted by Kevin Treweeks, who has had to deal with an urgent family care responsibility. So thank you for allowing me to present it on his behalf. Given the appalling collective punishment being inflicted on the people of Gaza by the Israeli military and the complicity in this by Western Arms Industries, facilitated by Barclays Bank, will the Council take a stand for peace, divest from Barclays before the government removes the discretion to take such ethical decisions?
Thank you, Mr. Sheaf. Councillor Lowry, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the question. We are very mindful of the situation referred to in the question. In terms of the practical question of PCC's relationship with Barclays Bank, I'd like to assure you that we do not hold investments with Barclays Bank. We do use Barclays Banks for our day-to-day banking requirements, but this does not extend to direct investments. The banking sector available to large organisations such as this authority is very narrow, given our need to protect taxpayers' money. We have limited divestment options as Barclays provides our day-to-day banking under a previously agreed contract, and we hold no long-term investments with Barclays. Short-term investments through the use of Barclays Premium account is used to manage our immediate liquidity and to cover any ad hoc emergency or one-off payment. This account is generally less than £1 million. We are very mindful of our needs to ensure the Council's approach to the delivery of services is an ethical one, and will of course continue to do so. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. I think we're in a position now where other people who were going to ask questions have now left the chamber. So we'll move on. Yep. Right, we will be ensuring that those that ask the questions, they will be responded to in writing. Right, I move on now to item 6, which is announcements. Alderman Michael Wright. It is with sadness that I report to the Council the death of the former Lord Mayor and former Labour Councillor, Alderman Michael Wright, who passed away on Saturday the 28th of October 2023. Elected to represent Eggbuckland Ward in 1989 to Devon County Council, serving continuously until 1998. Following elections in 1995, he served as Plymouth City Councillor for the same ward continuously until the year 2000. In 2010, he was asked to stand for Moorview Ward and was duly elected, serving from 2014, and he served as councillor for 18 years in total. Alderman Wright served on many committees, including Environmental Services and Transport Committee, both as Vice Chair, and he was also served on the Personal Subcommittee as part of the Equality Opportunities Working Party, as well as being a trade union tutor. He was a school governor for Liam School for 25 years and Eggbuckland Community College for 20 years. Although his interests in politics spanned many years, he worked as a maintenance engineer for 20 years before becoming a councillor. Alderman Wright served as Lord Mayor of Plymouth from 2012 to 2013. Please join with me in a minute of reflection while we're here. Thank you, members. The next announcement. It is with some considerable sadness that we have to report the untimely death of Carol Blackburn, aka Carol Toms. Carol was a past councillor for St Budo Ward of the city and served on the council from 2000 to 2006. As well as sitting on the St Budo Area Committee, Carol sat on the Constitutional Affairs, Personnel and Standards committees, plus the Economic and Environmental Wellbeing, Housing and Economic Regeneration, Stronger and Sustainable committees. Resources and Performance, Social Care and Children and Young People's Overview and Scrutiny panels, as well as the overarching Overview and Scrutiny Commission. Carol was, throughout her life, a passionate member and supporter of the neighbourhood communities, as well as being a strong advocate for statutory youth services. Carol was also involved in housing issues and maintained a strong connection to a number of homeless charities. Carol sadly died suddenly of a pulmonary embolism on October the 27th. She was just aged 62 years. She leaves behind her two grown-up children, Charlie and Samara. Please join me in a minute's reflection. Thank you, members. On a more positive note, City College Plymouth. City College Plymouth has been awarded the prestigious Queen's Anniversary Prize. Recognised as the highest national honour in the sector, the Queen's Anniversary Prize, a part of the UK's National Honours System, acknowledging the outstanding work of UK colleges and universities which show excellence and innovation and deliver real benefits to the wider world. In recent years, the college has made significant investment in facilities and enhancing training opportunities for the maritime skills, benefiting international employers based in the city. The selection committee, when awarding the Queen's Anniversary Prize, specifically commended the positive impact the Centre of High Technical Innovation and Maritime Skills in advancing fundamental marine skills within the sector. I have to agree with the principal of the city, Jackie Grubb, when she says that this prestigious honour is a point of pride, not just for the college, but for our entire city and the wider region. It signifies a collective dedication to the excellence in education and the commitment to advancing skills on a national scale. Would you all like to join me in a round of applause for the staff and students of City College Plymouth and the leadership of Jackie Grubb? Right, members, today we have some awards to give out, and the first award goes to Molly Blagden. Huge congratulations to our vehicle technician apprentice, Molly Blagden, who has been crowned Level 2 Auto Care Apprentice of the Year by Exeter College. Molly has achieved high grades throughout her 2-year course and has now moved on to a Level 3 Heavy Vehicle Maintenance course. Martin Hoare, our Fleet Service Manager, said, "We are really proud of Molly and the progress she has made throughout her apprenticeship. We all see that the work that she puts in to her studies, and I'm really pleased that this has finally been recognised. Congratulations to Molly, and would you join me in a photograph? There she is. Right, we now move on to the second award, which goes to Charlie Mason. Social worker Charlie Mason, who has won the prestigious national award in recognition of her extraordinary practice and leadership. The Social Worker of the Year Awards is the only major national awards event for the social work in England, attracting hundreds of entries every year and acknowledging positive stories of outstanding social work practice by creative and compassionate practitioners. Charlie, team manager in our Adult Safeguarding Operations team, received the Silver Award in the Team Leader of the Year Adult Services category at the Social Worker of the Year Awards 2023. Charlie was one of the 7 finalists in this category and one of 18 categories at the Special Awards ceremony in London on Friday the 3rd of November. Congratulations, Charlie, and have a round of applause for Charlie. Platinum Parkway, one of Plymouth's biggest ever transport improvement schemes, has won its 3rd top award since opening earlier this year. The Platinum Parkway, which is the Forward Valley Link Road, has just been named as the New Build Project of the Year in the over £8 million category for this year's Institute of Civil Engineering Southwest Civil Engineering Awards, which recognises the outstanding achievement, innovation and ingenuity. The accolade follows recent success in the Construction Excellence Southwest Regional Awards, Civil Projects of the Year, and the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transport Southwest Awards, Transportation Project of the Year. Congratulations to the team, and would you like to pop down for a photograph? Steve Flaxton and Phil Hesseltine. Right, members, we now move on to Leader and Cabinet announcements. Need I ask, Leader, have you any announcements?
Well, it just so happens that I have. And the thing is, Lord Mayor, I've also got to make some announcements on behalf of Councillor Lang, who can't be with us today. So, on with the positivity. What a way to start the week. I don't know whether you've heard, but we got an announcement today that we've secured Levelling Up 3 funding, which is pretty fantastic. Basically, I've got to thank the council officers who have been like relentless since the round 2 bid didn't happen, and they've been pretty relentless in pursuing the government because these projects that are going to get this funding are kind of fundamental to improving jobs, improving investment, and a key to success for the Freeport. So it's really important that we got this money, and I'm really pleased to be able to announce that we've got £19.946 million, which is nearly 20 million as I understand it. So, as you know, we've got an extraordinary waterfront in Plymouth. We've got exciting ideas to help people in Plymouth prosper, and we want to create opportunities for young people to learn skills that will see them have great jobs in the marine sector. The projects we have put forward will make this happen. They're going to deliver innovation, infrastructure and skills across the city through marine innovation. We're going to deliver innovation barns, right? Innovation barns, you've heard of those? Well, let me tell you, they're going to be practical space for marine business to help with R&D. They'll be built in Ocean's Gate, our City Deal area, which is already a hotbed of innovation in the recently designated Freeport tax site at South Yard, which come back to that. So that's going to leverage opportunities to grow the sector by providing a focal point for technological advances in the marine and defence sector. Modernisation of the port infrastructure in Mill Bay. You know I've announced recently that the pioneering memorandum of understanding with ABP and Brittany Ferries. So the modernisation of port infrastructure in Mill Bay that this money will be able to plug into, literally. This will help us to increase freight through the ferry port and a move towards shore power. In other words, decarbonisation of the port, which we hope to have happen not in 2030, but we hope to have that by 2026. By the way, we've got to spend this money by 2026, so no pressure. The other thing is that it's basically raising aspirations. So what we want is to enable access to for all to high-value jobs, and also as well to provide an attractive place to invest, work and play. And we're going to work as well with colleagues from the National Marine Park on raising aspirations of young people to come into marine employment. So I'm really excited about that. Speaking of marine jobs, in addition, last week we heard that we had won £7.5 million through a partnership with us, the university, Plymouth University and the Freeport. And we've led a successful bid for Innovate UK's National Innovation Launchpad. And it's really important because it's a real filly for SMEs. And you know that our economy runs on SMEs, and you know that SMEs are kind of vital to this piece, the next piece in our economic development about innovation in marine and maritime. Now, this is only possible because we won, I don't know how many years ago now it is, since I said to Anthony Payne we should bid for a city deal, but we did bid for it and we got it. I'm just saying this, and not to boast, because at the moment there's a lot of confusion about who does what in the city and who gets stuff. So I just thought I'd better lay it out in case people have forgot about that. So it's like we got that, and then on the back of that we got the UK's first marine enterprise zone at Ocean's Gate in the City Deal area. Then we created the Marine Business Technology Centre. That led to our Ocean Futures Cluster, and that led to our successful application for a free port. And now we are the UK's only marine launchpad. It's a fantastic announcement that I'm making there. And so look out for more from that as we go forward. I just wanted to pay tribute to the economic development team who pulled off an amazing flow conference, floating offshore wind conference, that we held at the Box a few weeks ago. We had a lot of major players from the industry and the sector there, very excited about the opportunities of Plymouth in the context of the Celtic Array and what happens next. Now, we're not going to be building those massive things that are taller than Nelson's column, because we haven't got the room. But we have got a lot of potential in terms of the sector and in terms of supporting the industries that are building those giant things. But, you know, we are continuing to help do that. Backing all of that up as well, I just got to say that we've got, for the first time ever, a port strategy we're developing. Because we've got 4 ports in Plymouth. I mean, not everybody refers to the 4 ports, but we have got 4 ports. What we always have done is allow them, well, it's not our call to allow them, but they have developed by themselves as individual ports. And it's time, we think, that we put all of that together and turbocharge it and make us a real centre for decarbonisation of marine and obviously for the stuff that's going on in floating offshore wind. We had a fantastic boat trip last week, and we went to Calstock. No, not on the Ale. Councillor Patel and myself, Councillor Dan was there. We went on a boat because we had the National Lottery Heritage Fund folk in town for our round 2 visit. So as you know, we won the money, and then they gave us some of it to prove that we were not talking out the backs of our necks. And then we've done that, and we're very pleased with the results, and we've learned from it, and we told them about what learning we'd done and how the bid was slightly transformed from what it was before. But it was a real cross-party effort. I think we can say that, Pat, and it was great to have you there, and thank you for being there. We hear, hopefully before Christmas, or certainly just after, whether we're going to get that remaining slug of money, but they have asked us to apply for more money than we asked for before, which I think is a good sign. Obviously, since we were last in this room, we've had the announcement about the Live Nation deal on the Hoe. I really like this. They're paying us. I mean, when we did MTV, we had to pay MTV. So we're getting one of the largest promoters of live music in not just Britain, but in the universe, who are going to be rocking up to Plymouth Hoe, hopefully, certainly next year, and if we get it right, 5 years hence, and if we get that right, 10 years. That'll be amazing, and we'll see some of the biggest names in live music coming to Plymouth, and what a fantastic launch pad that will be. I just wanted to say something about the work that Destination Plymouth are doing, and Jemima would say this if she was here, but they've been pulling out some amazing numbers in terms of reach. I just wanted to say that so far we've reached a global audience of 2.5 billion people, which is incredible, which is worth advertising revenue of 62 million. It's just extraordinary what they're doing. How does that compare year on year? A year ago, 650 million audience and 18 million advertising revenue. So I think that's nearly 5 times. I mean, people are better at maths than me, but that's at least 4 or 5 times the size, which is an incredible achievement. I keep saying this, but Amanda Lumley's doing miracles with a very, very small team, and we're very lucky to have her. In terms of the box, Jemima would want me to say that there's been some amazing stuff going on in the box. Let me just give you this one. We've reached 660,000 visitors to the box since we opened, which is way ahead of target. And that's despite COVID. It's fantastic. I mean, just in half term alone, we had 11,000 visitors, which is 20% up on last year. And to see those kids in and around the box just fills my heart with joy. We had an amazing summer, says Jemima, celebrating Joshua Reynolds. You probably saw the Solly Hart restoration on BBC TV as well. And we've got coming, they're currently knocking bits of wood together for the John O'Confra opening as well. And that's a huge thing. Oh, and by the way, Gus Honeybun made a comeback last week, thanks to Josh Widdicombe and Nish Kumar, who were down in Plymouth filming that show they do about the front page, where they got to try and make the front page of a local newspaper where they are. So Gus came out of retirement to help with that. So look out for that on the telly very soon. And of course, we had a visit from Sir Ben Oakrey as well to see his poem projected on the Civic Centre by Plymouth Culture. It's just a fantastic achievement. So the other thing to say is that we've got some amazing work going on with veterans at the moment. The Mount Edgecombe Joint Committee had a presentation the other day from Richard Pyshorn, who's Director of Secure Forest CIC. He was the guest speaker, but he gave an excellent presentation on his work with veterans, and he's based at Mount Edgecombe. So I've got to say, all in all, it's been a pretty spectacular summer, economically and culturally. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leader. I think we move over now to Councillor Penberthy.
If someone else could go first, I'll just find it.
Okay, in that case then, shall we move on to Councillor Briers-Delve?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wanted to start like last time with a seasonal update. As promised, winter vegetation cutback started earlier this month. We're also in leaf fall season, which typically runs from September into December. Sweeper vehicles have covered 10,346 miles since the start of this September, picking up 609 tonnes of swept waste, which in the autumn would primarily be leaves. They are regularly attending the 41 highest risk flood spots and are included in highways weather warnings, so we'll be proactively attending when the risk level increases due to forecast heavy rain. I also wanted to mention that Emmanuel Marshall has been working incredibly hard finishing the second cohort of carbon literacy training for councillors. This is an important part of how we're trying to put the climate emergency at the heart of decision making here. I'd like to personally thank Councillor Moore, Councillor Cresswell, Councillor Rainsford, Councillor Maclay, Councillor Penrose and Councillor Blight for taking part in this programme. Their reflections are already informing further Net Zero Action Plan commitments. A third cohort of training is scheduled for the 11th and 18th of January. Finally, I wanted to mention the Plymouth and South Devon Community Forest, which has been going from strength to strength. Plymouth City Council planted over 6,000 new trees in the last year or so, and I was pleased to attend Poole Farm's new community seed nursery last week. Before the weekend, we emailed all councillors about the 30 new tree planting schemes we're proposing across Plymouth for this winter, which will include over 350 standards, over 50 maidens, and 3,500 whips, which will grow as street trees, hedgerows, community orchards, memorial trees, and areas of natural regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. On to Councillor Dan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Mine's a bit gloomy, I'm afraid. I just want to give an update on where we are with the cost of living. I know that we keep hearing on the news that inflation has gone down, but unfortunately it doesn't mean to say that the prices have gone down. And there are a number of people in the city now who are really, really still struggling within the crisis with fuel bills, with food and feeding their families. And of course, the biggest crisis we've got is also dealing with housing. So I just wanted to share a couple of the things that we've been trying to do to make things go further, make the money go further. We've distributed £4.5 million of the Household Support Fund to the DWP. And a lot of that money goes directly to families with children in low incomes in the term of free food vouchers, not only just for the school holidays, but during school as well. We've also given some money to the Citizens Advice Bureau and Plymouth Energy Community to help low-income families to deal with some of their rising costs of heating, or to help them repair and renew heating appliances that are just not working. Community Connections are working really closely in providing families who are living in bed and breakfast and other temporary accommodation with some funding to help them with their laundry cost and their food bills. Because you can imagine that if you're living in temporary accommodation, you don't have the normal white goods and the abilities to be able to cook meals that you would have if you were at home. We've also realised that we need to do more with employers. As a council, we recognise, and we've got channels where we know that people on low incomes might need a bit more help and support within the workplace, but we're also going to do this as part of a charter through the Plymouth Charter with employers across the city, just so that they can be aware of the impact it can have on people's working lives and perhaps giving them a little bit more flexibility about how they can increase their income. Last year we had a really successful Warm Spaces programme, which we've launched again. We're asking small organisations and communities to apply to the Household Support Fund for some money so that they can keep their community centres open. What has been a real benefit and was given in a place for people to go into warm spaces is also having a massive positive impact on people's health and well-being. When I went to the Warm Space launch last week at Manners and Sports Club, a lot of the people there are going not just because they can have a cup of tea and it's warm, but more importantly because it's dealing with some of the social isolation and things that people are having in communities where they can't get out. We're also continuing to promote during the comms, and I'm hoping that you'll recognise it and sharing this with your residents if they contact you. The cost of living hub is still very active. So we still promote things that are free. We have different themes coming out about how people can handle debt, how people can handle struggling in a crisis. We're working with the banks to try and make sure that people who are going into financial crisis work with their banks much sooner. We're doing what we can, and it's been a real citywide response. And we will continue to do this through the winter months to make sure that if people are in crisis, they can get help and support from the hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dan. Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and sorry about just now. I'm sure that you will join me in thanking everyone from Plymouth who helped us in making the poppy wave in front of the Council House. I'd particularly like to thank the Royal Marines in Stonehouse for giving us the nets, to members of the public who responded to the call for people to make waterproof poppies, and we had thousands of them, and to all of the council team who helped throughout the entire process and looked after the wave during the fortnight when it was on display. I would also like to thank Babcock's for making the massive poppies that were seen at various monuments in the run-up to Armistice Day and on the Hoe on Remembrance Sunday. Lord Mayor, I'm sure that you will also join me in thanking Councillor Murphy for the work she did in making this idea a fantastic reality, and no doubt she'll tell me off later for putting that in. And she promises that next year it'll be an even bigger installation to mark Remembrance Sunday.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penberthy. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just wanted to give a little bit of an update regarding the library service. So the library service will be hosting a Donate a Coat. So that'll be happening at 5 of our libraries. Just to give you an idea, it's Central Library, Plympton, Plymstock, St Budo and Southway Library. Not only would it be Donate a Coat to help somebody who might need it this winter, but the library service have come up to put a Christmas card in one side of the pocket and a withdrawn stock book in another that they no longer be using. So there might be people in the city this year that might be their only Christmas card that they receive. The other thing that the library service has started to do is we're now going to be selling some stationery, for example, pens, envelopes, bulldog clips, document holders. Customers were constantly coming into the library and asking, can I buy a pen? So the library service is now going to be offering that in our libraries. So I'd like to say a big thank you to our library staff. They go far and wide with all their support. And they will also be opening their doors for the winter months where people may visit to keep warm or for companionship. So thank you once again. Lord Mayor, my second announcement, quite a difficult day today. Today is the second anniversary since Bobby Ann was murdered. So I just wanted to update the council regarding our 16 days of action. This is starting on the 25th of November. But we'll be launching our website, and on our website will be all the activities that are happening within the city. Because there's so much going on to raise awareness against violence against women and girls. We've been working with many different organisations such as Trevi on their campaign for change for the 16 days. I feel really passionate about combating violence against women and girls and domestic abuse and sexual violence. It's vital that as a city we continue to protect our women and girls. So just to give you a flavour of what's happening here in the city, we've got a peaceful walk on the 25th of November. Some of our bigger buildings will be lit orange because that is the colour this year. For example, Smith's Tower, the Theatre Royal, so on. And I believe the hospital is also in the university's taking part, which is great. And I would ask anybody who's taken part in any of these activities, please could you hashtag Plymouth says enough. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I informed Council at our last meeting on 18th of September of the approach that the Audit and Governance Committee is taking to consultation about the city's electoral cycle. This hasn't stopped members of the opposition benches from attempting to make mischief about the issue. For clarity, following next May's local elections, the Local Government Boundary Commission for England will be conducting a review of Plymouth's wards, ward boundaries, and the number of councillors comprising the City Council. The following year, in 2025, there will be no local elections because it is a fallow year. In May 2026, there will be all-out elections for every seat, as is always the case following an electoral review. The Council has until next June 2024 to inform the Local Government Boundary Commission for England if it intends to retain elections by thirds, because that could affect wards which currently have 2 rather than 3 elected members during the electoral review. As I promised, officers have now met with colleagues from Southampton City Council on several occasions to learn from Southampton's recent experience of an electoral review, and will draft proposals on electoral consultation arrangements for consideration by Audit and Governance Committee in good time to fit with the electoral review timetable. I would strongly recommend the members' briefing this Wednesday, the 22nd of November at 5 p.m. on the electoral review, which is being given by the Local Government Boundary Commission for England, and hope that there is no further need for unhelpful comments in the press on this issue. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. Do any other Cabinet members or chairs of committees have any announcements? Councillor Aspinall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Adult safeguarding means protecting an adult's right to live in safety, free from abuse and neglect. The National Adult Safeguarding Awareness Week 2023 starts today with the aim to highlight key safeguarding issues, hold informative conversations, and raise awareness of adult safeguarding in our city. During the week, representatives from the Council, Safeguarding Adult Safeguarding Team and Plymouth Safeguarding Adults Partnership are spending time in a number of the city's health and wellbeing hubs, raising awareness, listening to people's experience and signposting. We will also use social media and our digital channels to share messages with a wide audience. However, the message remains the same. Everyone has the right to live their life free from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. If you see or hear about something that could be abuse, or if someone tells you that something has happened to them which could be abuse or neglect, contact Plymouth City Council on 01752 66 8000 or report online at www.plymouth.gov.uk/report abuse. Abuse. Don't tolerate it. Don't ignore it. Report it. Safeguarding is everyone's responsibility. Secondly, I want to highlight that we've been made aware, as all of you, about pharmacy closures. There have been several pharmacies within the city, and I am concerned about the distress and worry this is causing our residents. I've been engaging with David Bierman and Sue Tyler from the Devon Local Pharmaceutical Liaison Committee, try saying that quickly, about this developing situation and our concerns. The Health and Wellbeing Board completed a pharmacy needs assessment in 2022, and it runs for 3 years. However, these closures will impact on that report. I have discussed the situation with the Chair of Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny and asked that the committee considers initial reports on the 13th of December, and that can be fed into the January Health and Wellbeing Board. Please keep me informed if you are made aware of any further closures and their impacts on your wards. We will update Council as soon as we are able to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we now move on to item number 7, the Capital Monitoring Report. Councillor Lowry, would you like to propose the recommendations?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. You are entirely right. It's that time in the meeting where we discuss our capital programme. The detailed report before you sets out our latest capital programme, which represents both approved projects at the sum of some £374 million and future funding assumptions at £256 million, giving us a grand total of some £630 million over a 5-year period, requiring Council's approval. Just some specifics, if I may, Lord Mayor. The revised budget includes £18.7 million for this year and a further £18.2 million projection for the remainder of the period up to 27/28. These additions are set out in Appendix 1 on page 6 and 7 of our papers before you. Table 2 also shows you the programme by directorate and the resources of the finances for each of those elements. In addition to what we normally do, Lord Mayor, there is going to be a rather extensive review of the capital programmes. We're all aware that interest rates have hiked considerably. Many of these projects that are currently being undertaken or planned to be undertaken were planned against an environment where interest rates were next to zero. That's no longer the case. We're paying in excess of 5.25% in many cases, so we need to review that these projects are affordable going forward, and I'll be doing that with members and officers, and I will report back to members as to the outcome of that exercise. As I've said, the details are specifically mentioned on Appendix 1 of your papers. Just to give you some very quick highlights, there is some £7.1 million for social housing decarbonisation, Derriford Community Park grant of some £1.6 million, Freeport investment of some £8.7 million, continue help with our house building programme, vitally important, a grant of some £2.2 million, and a disabled facility grant of some £2.8 million, and a lot more detail contained in the report, Lord Mayor. So I hope members will be able to support the recommendations so we can take forward these capital projects on behalf of the Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lowry. Leader, I understand that you will be seconding the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'd be happy to reserve my right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Where are we now? Yeah. Does anybody else wish to speak? I gather we have Councillor Lugger.
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. Councillor Lowry, thank you for that clear and concise presentation. We do support it, indeed, and we fully understand, as a Conservative group, the increased expenditure going forward. In fact, in many respects, it is no bad thing. I mean, without capital expenditure, we cannot get capital growth. What we are concerned about, of course, is revenue. We're now into the 6th period, and we're already nearly £5 million adrift on budget. How can we go forward setting the new budget in the new year when the current budget is not yet balancing? Can you give us an assurance that we will be in a balanced budget position by the time we get to budget setting later this year? Thank you.
Councillor Patel, I believe you're the next speaker. No? Councillor Bryers-Delve.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to briefly acknowledge that despite the challenging financial context that Councillor Lugger has identified, that this capital report still shows a very significant investment going into renewable energy in particular. So the £7 million for social housing decarbonisation, wave 2, will be spent on making sure that some of the most vulnerable households in this city are being helped with energy efficiency. And also the Civic Centre District Energy, which will support the heat network in the city centre, which is essential for the decarbonisation of some of our civic buildings. Thank you.
Councillor Noble.
Thank you for the opportunity. I welcome, I'm sure my residents in Moorville welcome some of the aspects in the reports there, particularly at Derford Community Park. We've heard about the wonderful Platinum Parkway, but the Derford Community Park is the residents' reward. That's how sometimes I describe it. There's wonderful things linking up all of the existing and making some of the areas that were out of bounds previously accessible to the public, and the wonderful work at Pool Farm with the community tree nursery. I was there on Wednesday, and things like the hayloft and things, which you know, hopefully these type of facilities will help bring the community together and get people enjoying out of doors. Also the money there for the hydro pool at Cambridge, the special school there, so you know, that helps the children there develop water confidence and sensory skills. And also many of the residents also welcome the improvements around the estate, because it's quite, parts of the estate are quite old now, and things like the retaining wall at Langdale Gardens there, so they'll be much welcomed by my residents. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank Councillor Larry for his updated report. I'm not expecting Councillor Larry to be able to necessarily answer this, so perhaps he might drop me a line. Can I assume then the £11 million that's being programmed in the capital programme for the use of Section 106 developer contributions in the next couple of years will include the scheme that would have upgraded Marsh Mills traffic lights with a scoot system funded by Plymouth Quarry, that should have been undertaken in the last financial year and previously signed off by Councillor Sher, will actually be undertaken in the next 2 years and will be included in that 11 million. I think it's pretty much wholly funded through developer contributions. So if Councillor Larry, through you, Lord Mayor, could kindly drop me a line, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Any further councillors wish to comment? Yep. Councillor Evans.
I'll forego my right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't entirely understand Councillor Nicholson's question, but I'm sure you'll put it to me in writing, so I'm more than happy to respond about the strange goings on in Marsh Mills, but I'll do my very best to get a response back to you. I'm very grateful to Councillor for their contribution in respect of the other elements of the report that I didn't get the opportunity to explore. As I said in my opening gambit on this subject matter, the affordability of the capital programme is a really important element, hence we're doing a review. Sadly, interest rates have increased. We're all well aware of that, and we need to ensure that the original business case that's submitted for the works to be undertaken are now affordable within the envelope we've got available to us financially. So we'll undertake that work. In respect of your other comments, you of course were referring to the revenue programme. This is the capital programme, and I reported last week at scrutiny that the revenue programme had reduced its forecast deficit from some £7.5 million down to £5.4 million. And of course, you will be aware that there is a legal requirement, regardless of how good or bad we may be, for us to balance the books. And I can assure Council that we're working incredibly hard to do exactly that. And I'm reasonably confident that at the end of this financial year, we'll be in a position to advise Council that we've done exactly that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. Green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Right, that motion is passed with one abstention. Okay, I now move to item number 8, withdrawal from the Hearts of the South West Joint Committee. Leader, would you like to introduce the report?
Lord Mayor, if we had a government genuinely committed to devolution, I would be presenting these recommendations in a slightly different way today. I would be celebrating the transference of powers down from the LEP into a democratically accountable regional partnership with the powers and the funding to make a real difference in Plymouth and the wider South West. However, as you might have heard, we've taken a decision to step back from a deal to join a county combined authority with Devon and Torbay, because it offered very little, and certainly very little in relation to what I announced earlier on today. Very little by the way of extra funding, but also that devolution deal wasn't a devolution deal, because instead of drawing power down from Westminster down to us, it was asking for us to transfer hard-won powers up and put us back in a situation that we were in 1995, Lord Mayor. And we all know how hard the people of Plymouth worked to get unitary status and to get our own powers to look after our own area. However, as you know, LEPs are on the way out nonetheless from April. And as usual, the government have made the announcement without working out exactly how they're going to do it. But actually, in this particular case, they're going to go to the principal local authorities where combined authorities don't exist. So in our case, we'll get the LEP powers, as it were. And the county combined authority, which is Devon and Torbay, subject to consultation with their local communities, by the way, and I think everybody's forgotten about that. It has yet to go through the public support test, but nevertheless, we'll be getting those powers ourselves. Anyway, the LEPs are on the way out. So without a LEP, there's no need for this joint committee to keep an eye on the LEP, because it won't be there. Okay? So Plymouth, Somerset, Devon County and Torbay councils, along with the districts, are seeking approval to serve notice and propose that the joint committee is dissolved. So we pull out today, as do the others, and that then collapses the joint committee. Okay? So that's just to be clear. I'm not proposing, this is not a vote on the devolution deal. This is a vote on withdrawing from a committee that's no longer required. We would have liked to have done it in person. I went all the way to Exeter in my decarbonised train, and I got to the front door to be met, because I said, I'm here to make up the quorum so we can have a meeting to dissolve it. And I said, I'm afraid, Tudor, you're only number 3 that's arrived out of 8. So there's no quorum. So we had a little chat, we had a cup of tea, and then we decided that we had to do it this way in order for it to happen. We could have done it if we had a hybrid meeting, because there was more than 8 councillors either online or in the room. But of course you'll be aware that the current government has refused local authorities' permission to have hybrid meetings of councils. And of course, as this was a joint committee, it was probably and technically a council meeting, and therefore we were not allowed to decide anything by hybrid. So we had to do it this way, and you've had to hear me speak. Anyway, what I would also like to say is that when the transition arrangements for the LEP are finalised, Lord Mayor, further decisions will need to be made. But in the meantime, I will need to ask the council to support this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sudan, I understand that you second the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Councillor Lowry.
Reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lugger.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think Councillor Evans and I would agree that when we have discussed the whole issue of devolution, we have had a consensus on the point. Certainly, losing transport is a red line, and we all accept that. With the LEPs going, we understand the need for this committee to dispense. The only question I would ask is, and I would urge, could we have a strategy to deal with the situation after the LEPs go, please? Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lugger. Councillor Patel. Not on this one. You're sacked. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Lowry. No, there's another one sacked. Leader, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, nothing much to add except to say, of course, there are some practical issues around finance, around liabilities and around opportunities which will need to come into a fuller discussion. And have only just been realised with the demise of the devolution deal. But what it does mean, of course, is that we can have our own plan, which we wouldn't have been able to have had it been in the combined authority. I had a very pleasant email from the leader of Devon County Council today, Lord Mayor, saying that although he understood our reasons for withdrawal, because we'd always been clear about what our red lines was, he wanted to reassure us that we would continue to work for the benefit of wider Devon in the way we have been cross-party and cross-council. And that goes whether we deal with them as a county council or whether we deal with them through the combined authority. That's good news, and it's what we told the Lebanon Minister we would do in any event, because that's the way we've been working in Devon for 25 years. Why would we change now?
Thank you very much, Leader. Right, we'll now move to the vote. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. Green for, red against, and amber to abstain. Right, that motion's passed with 52-4. We'll move over and I now get on to item number 9, violence against women and girls. Councillor Hayden, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So in this report, this work builds on a history of tackling these issues of domestic abuse and sexual violence, and obviously violence against women and girls. It incorporates all the work that the board commission, and it brings it together with professionals and organisations across the city to work in partnership to make Plymouth a safer place for everyone, including women and girls. The strategy action plan will be delivered over the next 2.5 years, and ensures Plymouth will deliver on both its statutory responsibilities around this agenda and its wider goals. Sorry, I've got new teeth, so I am trying to speak. I am practicing. Wider ambitions to ensure that safety and equality for all its residents. As part of this, the Council will work with others across the city to deliver the actions that will tackle violence against women and girls, domestic abuse and sexual violence. One of the main actions is to be the first area in the UK to achieve a coordinated community response accreditation by 2025. This has been pioneered by a national charity called Standing Together. They encourage organisations to come together to ensure that survivors are kept safe, hold people who harm to account and prevent domestic abuse. We are currently recommissioning our domestic abuse refuge service to help provide safe accommodation and community support for individuals and families in the Plymouth area. We are introducing healthy relationship alliances and increasing education work with young people. We are launching the e-learning and workforce development for staff alongside refreshing the Council's domestic abuse policy. And we are expanding our response to address people causing harm by rolling out further bystander training and working with the police and partners to protect people in their homes and also in our city streets by installing the Purple Help Points, working with the NHS and the police, and by offering the safer bus and working with Best Barnum to implement the anti-spiking initiatives in pubs, bars and clubs. Having a zero-tolerance approach to mistreatment, abuse and violence on women and girls is so important to this council. It is vital that as a city we continue to work together to protect our women and girls. Whilst much has been achieved over the past few years, there is still so much work to be done. As we approach the 16 days of actions, we need to continue to work to ensure victims and survivors are able to escape abuse and be safe and facilitate accessing to services, build resilience, reducing the risk of families reaching crisis point and reducing the impact on children. But we can't do this alone. It's incumbent on us all to work tirelessly with making Plymouth a safe home for everyone and girls who lives here, visits or works here or even studies here. Overall, the Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Strategy and Action Plan represents a significant step forward in the way that this work has been delivered and monitored across the city. I look forward to continuing the cross-party support for the vital agenda, and I welcome the support and celebrate the development that all this has achieved. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Riley, I understand that you second the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, if that's okay. A year ago today, I gave my first speech to this council. It has been a roller coaster since that day, and I am so pleased to be speaking to this update around the strategy alongside Councillor Hayden. The pace of work since May has been incredible and is a testament to our officers. I have been part of the conversations outlined in the update document due to my own experiences and how services affect the route to freedom. I have been extremely vocal in this area as I feel it is part of my own personal motivation to make things better for others fleeing domestic violence and abuse. Domestic abuse and violence can affect everyone, so I'm particularly pleased with the section regarding culture change by identifying and challenging intersectional inequalities and with a better understanding of the diverse communities within the city. Prior to Councillor Hayden taking on this portfolio and I myself on the role of champion alongside the Commission already in place, services were somewhat lacking, which shows the importance of providing staff with learning opportunities in a good learning environment. Is a highly emotive subject, so it is understandable that it can take a toll on anyone working with survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence. Victims of domestic abuse are already scared and find it quite hard to trust people. Leaving a domestic violence situation is often the most dangerous place the victim can be, as well as a very lonely place. Moreover, they are probably already questioning if what they are feeling is real, if they have imagined it, how it could be their fault, and even that they themselves could be the perpetrator. How we deal with this is very important. 89% of people who took part in the Commission survey said that VOG was a problem facing the Plymouth community. 49% have suffered some form of abuse at home, and 78% felt unsafe after dark. So this work is vital and very welcome by the people we represent. Domestic abuse is the third most common reason for homelessness in our city over the last 12 months. When I see someone in this space, I see it, I feel it, I dedicate my life to stopping it, because it's rubbish, and again, it's lonely. The 16 days of activism shows the coming together of the community. With many organisations working on events to raise awareness of VOG, it is also important that we keep this momentum and make sure that the conversation continues. I welcome working with men and boys. Developing a male allyship at work is a really good idea. It is very important to discuss VOG with men and boys, and I feel this is appreciated by partners throughout the city, such as Man Culture, who are having these conversations with men and boys in ways that challenge attitudes and behaviours rather than just list rules and regulations. Gender-based violence is the focus, and we know that men and boys can also be victims of violence, and working with people who harm is vital. I took the opportunity to do some training with Ahimsa, a service that offers a programme to perpetrators of domestic violence and abuse, as well as to support and advice for victims and partners. I believe we need to understand that boys are an important part of this discussion, and we need to pay attention to what they say and how they perceive VOG. That is why during the 16 days of activism, I will be holding a youth conference alongside Plymouth City Council Youth Services. I want to show that we are listening to the voices of young people, all young people, because children are now acknowledged survivors and victims of domestic abuse, but are far too often used in battle of their parents, often with the non-abusive parent being villainised. This I know. In 2022, Plymouth Children and Young People's Health and Wellbeing Survey, 10% respondents said that there had been violence at home at least once or twice in a month. Imagine the fear and sadness that these young people are feeling. I am blown away by the enthusiasm and help I have received from organisations in Plymouth and the Plymouth City Council officers, Youth Parliament, Trevi, First Light, NSPCC and the Devon Mental Health Alliance, who are very kindly funding my event. These are just a few involved. So let's endorse this plan and let's get everyone to say #PlymouthSaysEnough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Riley. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hayden and Councillor Riley for their speeches. They're absolutely right. We are completely with you on a cross-party basis with this work to tackle violence against women and girls in our city. And I think it's worth just remembering that part of this, we're looking today at this VOG and domestic abuse and sexual violence strategy and the action plan. And I think it's just worth paying tribute to the organisations and people who are kind of expert in this field who've been working for over a decade in this. I think it's really easy for us to think all of the work that we've been doing in the city started as a result of the Commission on Violence Against Women and Girls. And so I want to say a huge thank you to all of those organisations, many of which have been named already this afternoon, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have that foundation of work that we could then build on. I think the legislation that then came in 2021 with the Domestic Abuse Act gave us an additional foundation to build the work that we want to do here in Plymouth on. And often it's not just one thing, it is lots of building blocks, isn't it? Because as we've said this afternoon, this is about systemic change and that needs deep foundations. And we are fortunate in our city that we had those deep foundations already. And I don't believe we'd be here today, 2 years after the tragic death of Bobby Ann McLeod, and essentially just over a year since we finished the work that we did to be able to present this action plan for the next 5 years. It wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for those foundations that we've got in this city. So I think it's worth reminding ourselves that we have that legacy that predates the tragedy that we saw in 2021. It's worth also, I'd like to just thank Lynn Gooding and Hannah Sheed for the work that they did in refreshing what we needed to be doing here, because they are both two experts in their field. And, you know, we are so privileged in the city to have such strong organisations as First Light and Trevi, who are kind of setting out what we could be doing and challenging us to do more. So I think this piece of work bases really well on the work, the report that they did coming back. And I think it's worth just saying, when you look at the 8 strategic priorities which are in the report that you've had today, increase system-wide responsibility for VOG and domestic abuse and sexual violence, promote positive culture change, deliver support for survivors, develop a systemic approach to people who harm, improve the citywide response to justice, coordinate communications, improve intelligence, learning and impact, and influence the wider system beyond Plymouth. They are basically the recommendations of the Commission on Violence Against Women and Girls. And so it really pleases me today. We shouldn't have had to have got to this point, but actually we are going to make this city so much safer as a result. And that 5-year plan, I know that it's got everyone in this room's commitment to seeing that change come about. It's a funny thing to say you're proud of the work of something that came about as a result of a tragedy, but ultimately I think we have made the best of a really bad situation, and I look forward to supporting this going forward. And just finally, I think it's also worth just drawing everyone's attention to the fact that this is the Violence Against Women and Girls and Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence strategy. So whenever anybody is tempted to say, oh, but what about men? It's in the title. It is about everybody. This strategy is about each and every person in our city and those who have been victims, those who might be perpetrators, and those who have no idea at the moment that sadly they might be at risk of that in the future. So this strategy is getting us to a point where the whole city is safer for everybody, and I really congratulate the team, Megan and Jackie Kings, Megan Field and Jackie Kings, who've done a huge amount of the work with Verity, Meeson as well, and also Sally and Zoe for pushing forward with this work. You've got my commitment, you've got our commitment, and I look forward to seeing the long-term change. It's not going to be a quick win. This is a long-term systemic change. And like we said during the commission, the data could get worse before it gets better, because if we're enabling people to report, we're going to see stats go up before they go down. So let's just remember that. Let's not make this something where we criticise too quickly, but that we bear with each other, we do what we can, and we support in each and every way that is possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I echo what has already been said today. I welcome the cross-party and multi-agency approach to VOG and domestic abuse and sexual violence strategy, carrying on the work, as Councillor Smith has said, that has already been started. I am really pleased to learn that the core domestic abuse services will be expanded from May 2024, taking into account people with lived experience. This has been a long time coming, in my view. As a previous family support worker working with survivors of domestic abuse, particularly, too often those survivors have felt not listened to and not fully supported, and often that has meant that they haven't actually moved forward and they haven't done anything to move away from a situation because they feel that what's the point, nobody's listening to me. There has been a lack of support also for those who have done harm to others. There is a need for this work to be increased to ensure that perpetrators do not harm again, and that there are sufficient programs built into the system to enable them to be able to do that. We have to remember that many times, if we think about from a trauma-informed point of view, our perpetrators may have experienced sexual harm, domestic abuse in the past in their own lives, and therefore they will need support as well to move forward. I also welcome the whole schools approach to healthy relationship education. This is vital, as without this, attitudes will not change, and this needs to be all genders. The bystander training is also vital, and I hope that city councillors will be given the opportunity to take part in this, as well as statutory and voluntary sector, so that we can have a good start in modelling how we should respond, and that will support the rest of our residents to effectively deal with inappropriate and harmful behaviour. We have a part to play, as already been said, in making Plymouth a safer, trauma-informed place to live, work and socialise, as well as those visiting and studying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sorry if I cough, splutter or take big long pauses. I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm struggling to breathe a little bit, so please bear with me. There is a particular weight in making sure that we get this strategy right. As a city, we've endured real heartache in this area with the tragic losses of Bobby Ann McLeod, Kerry Power and the 5 victims of the Keam shooting. It is on all of us, both as councillors and as individuals, to ensure that this strategy is successful. The consequences of falling short are too great. I want to thank cabinet members, fellow councillors, officers, partners and members of the public for their work thus far. What particularly impacted me in reading this report were the words from women facing domestic abuse and violence themselves. The fear and isolation they experienced and the lack of support they received is really heartbreaking and laid out cognitively our need for change. Stark and sobering too were the statistics. Sexual offences up 25%. Domestic abuse accounted for 21.7% of all crimes in Plymouth, and the 3rd most common cause of homelessness. 8 domestic homicide reviews. 78% feel unsafe at night in our city. It should give us serious pause and reconsider our provision of streetlights, night buses, community policing, help points and beyond, which I know are already being considered. It is far too easy to look at statistics and not think about the real people and the real experiences that they represent. I'm going to touch really briefly on harassment, assault and misogyny in the next section, so if it's not for you, feel free to step out. As a young woman, I've become numb to everyday misogyny like catcalling and inappropriate comments. As a young councillor, I've become accustomed to sexist remarks and being referred to as a lady councillor, rather than just a councillor. I've faced intimidating behaviour from a previous partner. I've been harassed and assaulted in broad daylight on Mutley Plain. I've had someone try to break into my flat and target me over the course of 3 pretty terrifying days. These events all happened this year. They don't capture the full extent of my experience in this area. Sadly, my experiences are common. They shouldn't be. I'm really tired. I'm tired of walking home, tightening my grip around my keys. I'm tired of live location sharing, of did you get home okay messages, outfit changes, behaviour modifications, appeasing bad behaviour for fear of retaliation. I'm tired of no not meaning no, and I'm really tired that every woman has a story like mine, or worse, to share. So we must be steadfast in our commitment to progress. This means addressing the mental health crisis, believing victims, instilling the importance of healthy and respectful relationships from a young age, calling out poor behaviour when we see it, and ensuring that the burden of work in this area is not only on women's shoulders, it is on all of us to bear. I really welcome this plan and the actions outlined in it, and I urge all members to support and pledge to do better for our women and girls. Let's do better, because we must.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We now move on to Councillor Loveridge.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Addressing the pressing issues of violence against women is crucial for fostering a society built on respect and equality. Violence not only harms individual women, but also erodes the fabric of our community. It is our collective responsibility to promote awareness, education, and advocacy to create a safer and more exclusive environment for all. Together, let us stand against violence and work towards a future where every woman can live free from harm and fear. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any further councillors who'd like to speak? Councillor Poyser.
I also rise today as Green Party leader, and we fully support the VOG campaign report today. I feel a bit overcome by what Councillor McLeod's just said, so apologies if this is a stark contrast, but I just wanted to pick up on some of the points that Councillor Riley mentioned and the work that Man Culture are also doing within the city, because I think their work needs to be acknowledged as well. This summer I attended the conference named Time for Change, Exploring the Role of Masculinity for a Better Future. The event was organised by Man Culture, or the Men Ally Network. The group established alongside the campaign to end violence against women and girls, following the tragic events locally, nationally, namely the murder of Bobby Ann McLeod, Sarah Everard, and the victims of male abuse. The group is essentially about challenging the lad culture and promoting a positive man culture. Honestly, the event was very inspiring, but also at the time quite challenging. It made me think about a lot, actually, about being a man while in that event. And I think there was many other men in that room as well that were seriously thinking about their culture and behaviour. So why was it challenging? Well, I grew up in a family unit where there was dad who was in the police force, mum worked part-time, various jobs. We weren't particularly wealthy, but we were comfortable. Family dynamic was kind of stable. Feel quite privileged in that position. So yeah, it was a position where I felt safe, secure, not like many people like that we've spoken about today. I recognise the fact that was a very patriarchal model in its sense, with the male at the household and the mother in a more kind of nurturing style role. So thinking more reflectively, I began to think about the question, effectively, can I be a better man in some way around that? Could we all be better in some way? Without excusing myself, I realised that masculinity is really a product of society and community that we all live in, the expectations of men to fill a certain role. This can bring a lot of pressure to men, and if we get it wrong, there can be potentially shame, I think, brought upon men as well. Some of those societal demands that are placed upon the traditional male character. Feminism has gone to some extent to raise the profile of gender inequality in the struggle to tackle fair employment, pay, abuse, sexual health for women. And there has been much more to be done. There's much more to be done, but feminism has made some really good inroads, I think. The goal when defining masculinity is to ultimately make all genders more equal, safer, happier, and healthier. For example, the famous quote by Tony Poulter, "My liberation as a man is linked to your liberation as a woman." The universe that young boys are growing up in these days is different to the one that I knew as a child. Many boys are now exposed tragically, to hardcore pornography from a very early age, embedding harmful expectations of roles of genders during sex. Pornography now become the de facto system for sex education. Apologies, it keeps flipping off here. Porn has been defined as the public health crisis of the digital age and can be a harmful coping strategy adopted by men. In short, growing up as a young boy, trying to understand what makes a man is very tough. Online influences, such as the boxer Andrew Tate, I find it quite hard to mention that guy's name in public, recently arrested in Romania for alleged rape and human trafficking,
perpetuate an image by men for being strong, wealthy, powerful, and controlling. These traits can sometimes be attractive to very young boys, particularly in the absence of good role models and male role models. So can men, boys modify their behaviour so they can be more empathic, accountable for their actions, and feel brave enough to say, I don't know what I'm doing as a man, and ask for help without feeling ashamed? Looking forward, I ask my question, how can I be a better human? Sometimes it's easier to say that these atrocities, such as the ones we've mentioned previously today, are committed by heinous, evil people. They are indeed. It also helps us distinguish us from them as well. But actually, little bits of us do need to actually change as well. So as men, we really need to search deeper for some kind of change. Not all our behaviours are terrible, but we do need to search very detail, really look inward into ourselves. To tackle the huge society issues such as violence against women and girls, men need to be brave enough to confront themselves and call out behaviours that are intimidating, threatening, sexist, and perpetuate violence towards women. We still have a long way to go, but organisations and groups like Man Culture and the Vogue campaign in Plymouth are, in my view, absolutely outstanding campaigns, and I will continue to support them, and so will Lauren. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Poyser. We move on now to Councillor Beer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted that this report's come before us today because it just stirred up a few memories for me. Some people in this room will realise that I was stalked for 7 years by a man who watched me at a council meeting. And the stalking was absolutely horrendous, what I suffered at his hands. And I hope that we've learned a lot from that. I know the stalking laws were changed in 2012 when I participated in making a statement to a select committee via the stalking helpline. But I'm delighted to support this report today, and I would like to raise the awareness of stalking and how stalking can affect somebody long term, because stalking has affected me for life, even though my perpetrator has passed away. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any further councillors who would like to speak on this matter? Right, over to Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and can I thank everybody for their contribution today? Very powerful, and I do hope that you will all support this. Thank you very much.
Councillors, we now move on to the vote. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. Green in support, red for against, and amber to abstain. Councillors, that's carried unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 10, which is the full council dates. Leader, would you like to introduce this report?
We've been told by the officers that although once again, the EGM of the council falls on my birthday, meaning that I can't go on the lash, that all the other dates of significance, like party conferences and public holidays, have been avoided, so you can vote for this with confidence and buy me a beer on May the 16th. Thank you.
Councillor Dan. Thank you, thank you. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this matter? Thank you very much. Leader, would you like to sum up?
I am just buy me a beer, just
buy you a beer, Roger. Right, councillors, we now move on to the vote. Please vote using your buttons. green in favour, red against and amber to abstain. Once again, councillors, the motion is carried unanimously. Right, at this juncture, I think we'll go for tea. Can everybody return for 4:30? Sorry, 4:15. Right, we will call it 16:15 for those of the North School bent. Thank you very much. Members, we now move on to motions on notice. Item 11, where the City Council will consider motions from councillors in accordance with Part B, Paragraph 14 of the Constitution. The first motion is 11A and concerns COP28, Climate and Ecology. Councillor Tom Briers-Delve, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is sometimes wrongly implied that the impacts of climate change are a future worry, or that extinction is only hitting exotic animals in distant countries. The reality is that we are already experiencing twin environmental emergencies here and now, an ecological crisis that is exacerbated by and that exacerbates further the climate crisis. The State of Nature report on UK biodiversity makes for grim reading. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. 151 studied animal species have already become extinct here. We've seen huge drops in the abundance of terrestrial and freshwater species, the distribution of flowering plants, seabird populations, and pollinating insects. Hedgehogs down by 95%, turtle doves down by 98%, and even the so-called common toad down by 68%. Against this backdrop, the government recently tried to turn climate change into a culture war. In September, the Prime Minister announced we're stopping heavy-handed measures, and I'm sure you will all recall the fictitious list he then reeled off. The independent fact-checking website, Full Fact, has concluded that there is no evidence that there were ever government policies on these, backed up further by contradictory public announcements from government departments themselves. To quote DEFRA, there were no plans to introduce a meat tax, and it was, I quote, never the case that 7 bins would be needed by households, close quote. In 2021, you will recall that then Chancellor Rishi Sunak also cut the tax on domestic flights right before COP26. All that rhetoric has been hugely damaging, but I'm far more concerned by the actual government real-turn policy U-turns. New cars with combustion engines were due to be banned from sale by 2030. That has now been delayed to 2035. The previous 2026 ban on off-grid boilers has likewise been delayed, and the plans to phase out installation has ended up as only an 80% target. Despite having some of the worst insulated homes in Europe, the Prime Minister also announced that he was scrapping the requirement for landlords to meet energy efficiency targets. The Climate Change Committee, which is the government's advisory body on these matters, noted that the announcements increased the risk of not achieving net zero by 2050. They also predict that it could indeed increase the long-term energy and motoring costs to ordinary households. Both of these, I'm sure we'll all agree, are very alarming consequences. There was little to turn around this political narrative in the King's speech. Rather than looking towards transformative environmental legislation, such as the Climate and Ecology Bill, the government continued to reject scientific evidence. The Prime Minister has boasted that he wants to max out fossil fuel reserves. His new offshore petroleum licensing bill will allow for new rounds of North Sea oil and gas expansion every year. This is even though the International Energy Agency has warned that no such expansion could take place anywhere to stay within 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And now we're fast approaching COP28. I've got strong views of what I'd like to see emerge as global commitments, but we wanted to pick out the climate APPG recommendations as deliverable actions that have been proposed by cross-party MPs that would represent a huge step forward. For me, they capture some of the strategic themes that I most admire about the Climate and Ecology Bill. Ending the fossil fuel era through huge investment in renewables, supporting climate-vulnerable countries that have typically contributed least to global emissions, a just transition towards a green future economy that doesn't leave workers behind, and kick-starting the path to nature recovery through an accountability framework. COP28 starts at the end of next week, from the 30th of November to 12th of December. We hope that this timely full council meeting is an opportunity for every councillor across political groups to show a united front, to acknowledge that the government hasn't stepped up in recent months, but more importantly, to make a compelling case, a cross-party request for local MPs to lobby the government before COP28. These are huge topics, and since the clock is running down in more ways than one, I'll focus more on how we can do our bit locally in my closing remarks. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Moore, I understand you wish to second this motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, Lord Mayor, if I may.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'd just like to remind everybody that this is a maiden speech, so no pressure.
None at all, Lord Mayor, thank you. It's one of my greatest privileges in my life to represent Honningnall Wood, a beautiful part of our city that I had the good fortune to be born and raised in. Growing up in West Park has shaped who I am today. As a boy, the landscape of the open fields at No Battery, the Buds Head and Woodland Woods, and the magnificent Palmerston forts formed the backdrop to a youth mostly filled with the laughter of children, the singing of birds, and the low-level hum of the blend of creatures, critters, and breeze. The biggest mistake my generation made was to take for granted that it would always remain the same. For too long, we gave little thought to consequence, resilience, and longevity. I recently invited Councillor Bryarsdale to visit Erniesettle to hear about some of the work carried out all year round by dedicated volunteers like Ray Morton. Ray is a volunteer ranger for the Friends of Erniesettle Creek and Buds Head Woods. Alongside many other volunteers, Ray gives up much of his spare time to enhance the beautiful green and blue spaces of Erniesettle. Whether it's planting orchards or checking water quality, heritage conservation or organising beach cleans, the Friends group fill a crucial role not only with these activities, but also by liaising with organisations like the Western Rivers Trust, the Environment Agency and South West Water to report events of environmental significance and highlight pollution events. They do these things with a humbling, matter-of-fact sense of selflessness. We must do more to help groups like the Friends, and by supporting their efforts, we can show them that their part in preserving our planet for future generations is recognised and appreciated by this council and the people of Plymouth. I welcomed Councillor Bryarsdale's recommendation to the Growth and Infrastructure Committee that a select committee be set up on water quality. Erniesettle Creek is regularly polluted by surface water outfalls, field runoff, and raw sewage discharge. The concept of a Plymouth Plan for Nature Recovery is a welcome and crucially important opportunity to consider our green and blue spaces holistically, prioritising the ecological intervention between land, sea, and sky. Lord Mayor, my recent experience with the Council's carbon literacy training programme was profoundly impactful. We all know behaviour changes are difficult, but the way this excellently presented course holds a mirror up to our own contributions to the climate emergency is singularly motivational, and I would highly recommend that all members sign up for it. It's my strong belief that as a council, it is our responsibility to facilitate a just transition for the people, businesses and industries of Plymouth, supporting resilient communities, combating climate change and protecting biodiversity. I want to ensure that particularly in the north of the city, communities are engaged in sharing ideas and developing the skills for the jobs this opportunity will present. It is encouraging that both the Climate and Ecology Bill and the All-Party Parliamentary Group's recommendations mention the need for just transition. But I share Councillor Bryarsdale's disappointment that the bill was omitted from the King's Speech. Lord Mayor, it's my hope that sometime in the future, perhaps in 50 years, a councillor might stand in this forum and share positive news about energy transition, canopy cover, and extinction avoidance. And as they wax lyrical about water voles, willow tits, and woodland carpets of bluebells, tip a nod of acknowledgement back to how this council indicated its determination to correct course and accelerate action to tackle the climate crisis. It's for all these reasons and ambitions that I urge members to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and it's nice to see you kept well in time. Right, I've had an indication. Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to table an amendment.
Hi, members. We'll circulate the amendment and give you a chance to have a read of it. Thank you. Members, do you need an adjournment to study this further, or can we move on? Move on. Okay, Councillor Stoneman, as a proposer, please rise and present.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And today I'm speaking on the amendment tabled from the Conservative group. Lord Mayor, before I get into the motion, I would like to say that it's a shame that the Labour Party felt the need to make this so political. There were plenty of opportunities before today.
Councillor, your point of order.
My point of order is that Councillor Stoneman has to speak to the amendment. He's not the motion. He's just said, before I get into the amendment, actually he's got to speak to the amendment. Otherwise, you need to shut him up.
Councillor, sustained. Councillor Stoneman, would you like to propose it slightly worded differently?
Yes, I would. I am talking to the amendment to the motion that we have tabled. I would say that it is a disappointment that the Labour Party have felt the need to make this so political. There have been plenty of opportunities in the weeks before today that Councillor Brydesdale could have come to me in a cross-party manner, as we have continued to do so over the year that I was the Cabinet Member for Climate Change. And to say I'm disappointed that he hasn't is very disappointing indeed. Moving on to the amendments that I have put forward, it's important to note that the Councillor Brydesdale mentioned the September speech by the Prime Minister. Little substance has been changed apart from moving electric cars from 2030 to 2035. Now, it's important to note that this is a pragmatic and long-term decision to enable people to have more time to transfer to an electric car. We are in a cost of living crisis. People do not have the funds to move to an electric car straight away. Giving them an extra 5 years is creating an environment where they've got the time to be able to transition. And I think to not acknowledge that, I think is very, very disappointing indeed. Now, the motion talked about reversing. That just isn't true. And I'm going to be creating and correcting some of the untruths and infactualities that the original motion stated. New measures were introduced to speed up grid infrastructure, and incentivise heat pumps were introduced as part of the speech. the Prime Minister set out a realistic and pragmatic approach to net zero to allow as many people as possible to get on board in our transition to net zero by 2050. I think that if we have the target set for 2030 for electric cars, people are going to turn off and they are not going to want or be able to do their part because they cannot afford it. Giving that extra time creates a space where people can save and they can look at their finances, and hopefully once the economy gets better, then they have the time to do that. Lord Mayor, this motion, whilst not explicitly saying this, it is saying that the Conservatives don't have the climate change as a priority. Now, if you'll indulge me for a little bit, I would just like to read off some of the achievements that the Conservative group here on the Council have done and the Conservative government. Firstly, the Conservatives set an interim target for a reduction of emissions of 78% by 2035.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Councillor Stoneman's yet again not speaking to the amendment.
Yeah. Councillor, please address the amendment using the words. Please address the amendment.
Your games of trying to throw me off aren't going to work. Secondly, to the amendment that I have put forward, whilst Labour were given the chance to have a cabinet member for climate change when they introduced the climate emergency back in March 2019. They failed to give climate change the recognition it deserves by a dedicated cabinet member for climate change.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. This isn't a discussion about the Labour Party. This is a discussion about the government. That's the amendment. That's the amendment.
Councillor, I agree with your point. You really, really, really need to stick to the point on this.
I would like to say, Lord Mayor, that whilst I appreciate I will follow your ruling, the original motion mentions the government, as does my amendment, and the government is a Conservative government, so I'm outlining the successes of the Conservatives here. And secondly, the Conservatives have introduced billions in tackling climate change, creating a green economy to create tens of thousands of highly skilled and well-paying jobs. Now, there are parts of this original motion that we agree with. The second and third resolution we completely agree with. Although
Lord Mayor, point of order. What's your point of order, please, Councillor Penberthy?
Lord Mayor, the amendment is purely to recommendation 1, not the rest of the motion. The Councillor Stoneman should be speaking to the amendment in recommendation 1, not to the rest of the motion.
Sustained. Sticking to the point.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I apologise to you. So, I will, because the party opposite don't seem to want to talk about this, and we'll talk about it more in the substantive, I'm sure, I would just like to say that the Conservatives act on climate change. Our legislation has come from the Conservative government, and that is why we are changing the word reversed to delayed, because we have not reversed anything. We have not. And there is no way that I can see how it can be interpreted that we have. We have delayed, yes, to make sure that we give people time to buy in, to be able to play their part in the climate emergency without them feeling in a position where they cannot do anything because of the costs of moving to net zero. So, Lord Mayor, I will keep my speech shorter than I was going to, because, which I'm sure you're all quite pleased with, although I will come back to the points that I will make in the substantive motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Have you someone who's seconding this amendment? Councillor Finn. Would you like to speak now or reserve?
I reserve my right to speak at the end. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this? Councillor Bryansdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor, very good advice. Very good advice. So Councillor Stoneman began his speech on the amendment, arguing that our motion and the reason why he needed to amend it was that it politicised this very important topic. Nowhere in this motion or in the section that you've chosen to amend does it specifically reference a political party.
Enough.
To continue, I've specifically tried to avoid doing that. I hope you're not saying that the council shouldn't be able to hold the government to account on national topics, in which case it's important I'm able to do that. In terms of the specific points you made, I think it's really important actually that this is done on a cross-party basis, and where it talks in your amendment about acknowledging that the government has reversed environmental commitments, that is essentially a watering down of this commitment. Why do I think it's important that every single one of us expresses disappointment and not just acknowledging it? Well, as I mentioned earlier, the Climate Change Committee makes it very clear that by delaying those crucially important policies, it's going to have huge impacts. So just to give a couple examples of that. Delaying the phase-out of combustion cars and gas boilers means UK drivers and homeowners will remain exposed to volatile international oil and gas prices, which was one of the main causes of the cost of living crisis in the first place. You neglected to mention the fact about scrapping energy efficiency targets. That might have saved landlords a little bit of cash in the short term, but in the long term, I would urge the Conservative group to think about what impact that will have on the tenants who are really struggling to pay sky-high bills to heat and poorly insulated homes. So I will certainly not be voting in favour of the amendment, and I would encourage other members to do the same. Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Finn, you reserved your right. Would you wish to speak?
Yeah, if I can just bring it to a close. I think the move, especially with regard to the climate legislation as proposed by the Conservative government, is absolutely correct. And that it is proportionate and in line with our international consensus, i.e. 2035 with Europe for the combustion engine, for example. We must remember we produce 1% of global emissions in the world. Others are opening up coal-powered power stations, China, for example, one every 6 weeks, Poland, Germany. The question is, do we take the public with us or not? Is it affordable to the masses or not? Is it realistic or not? Therefore, I fully support the amendment that we both acknowledge that the delay is important, and the delay could actually have benefits with regard to hydrogen power. We know Formula One is testing synthetic fuels. As we were well aware during the Second World War, 60% of the planes that flew over Plymouth and actually bombed Plymouth were actually fueled by synthetic fuel. So I believe the delay could actually bring on bring on alternative means of fueling, and therefore, as I said, I just fully support the amendment as proposed by my colleague, Councillor Stallman, on that basis.
Councillor Stoneman, please could you sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Firstly, I would like to speak to Councillor Bryce-Delph. Not for 1 minute did I mention, acknowledge the fact that we would say that the council shouldn't be able to hold the government to account. That never once came out of my mouth or any member on this side. What we were saying is that you said this isn't party political. You mentioned the government, and the government is a political party. We know that. We all know that the government is Conservative. We know that. That's a fact. So I've got nothing, apart from that, where I wanted to set the record straight, Lord Mayor, I've got nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stoneman. Right, members, we now go to the vote on the amendment. Vote green, green is in support, red is against, and amber is to abstain. That has not gone through. 14 for, but 36 against, and 2 abstentions. Thank you. Right, we now Returning to the substantive, is there anybody who would like to speak further on the substantive? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members. I would like to start by congratulating Councillor Moore on his contribution. Well done, Councillor. It's a first-class effort, and it's never easy to speak in public, so well done. This is an important subject, and one where I hope at a council level, and speaking to the Cabinet member directly, we do have an opportunity, certainly in Resolution 3, where you're proposing to have a ambitious plan for nature recovery, to work this into the joint local plan when it's reviewed next year. Because there is still on the ground very much the tendency to look at green space as potentially developable, when actually as a city, or green space, once you've lost it forever. And there is an important balance between development on brownfield sites, and we have some very difficult brownfield sites that we've not utilised fully as a city for probably a couple of decades, against small pieces of greenland being used for development. So I hope very much that we can learn from the joint local plan when it was last agreed, and certainly up the ante on the impact of development on nature. And it's a very recent decision by a government inspector at 53 Newnham Road, where our policies on biodiversity have been supported by a government inspector in refusing a planning application for 3 units. So I think that's showing a significant change in approach and support for policies that promote the environment. So I hope very much we can give it far more substance moving forward in collaboration with Councillor Coker's review of the joint local plan. Just more widely on the motion, you know, we have a government that Conservatives are not mentioned at all in this debate, where they want to stand up and say they want to promote the climate emergency and the need to address the climate, but they've allowed millions of houses to continue to be built with inappropriate infrastructure. You know, how can a government that's serious about an issue not try to stop and change direction immediately, rather waiting years and years to phase in change? Now, there are times, and I'd use an example, say, of closing Royal Parade to through traffic and the massive consequences that might have on a change of policy. And we've seen in Exeter very recently, the public clearly not supportive of the council in changes to the road layout. So there has to be a balance, and councillors and the government need to get that balance. But there are things the government could have done immediately to address climate change, and they've sought not to do, and they've not justified it. And the campaigning members on the left here, you don't hear any justification why those practical and immediate actions and decisions that could have brought benefit. So you've got houses in Sherford, effectively have got infrastructure that's not going to be fit for purpose, and could have done more to address climate change, but there wasn't a requirement to do that by house builders. Well, why? Why is a government not prepared to use their powers to enact some change immediately? Because it's the benefit of all. Not only is it to the benefit of the new homeowner, but it's a benefit clearly to the climate. It would have assisted in the cost of living cost pressures on those families, but it's complete inaction from the government. So I think Conservative members need to think very carefully when you just roll in and support the government, because not now part of any political party, it's interesting to see that politics doesn't always work for the benefit of everyone. And actually government from time to time should think outside the box and actually try and effect change that actually would. And it probably does come down to vested interests, probably. So there's probably a connection between house builders and the government currently, maybe, that therefore they want to phase in change over time. But it isn't good for our society, is it? So I hope very much members will support the motion, because it's the right thing to do. But I hope at a very, very local level, we will try to implement these policies and bolster biodiversity when we look at the joint local plan. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I am speaking to the substantive motion, just to make that clear for everyone. I still have, although the amendment failed, I still have an issue with the first point of the substantive recommendations to the council, because in my mind and the mind of many on these benches, it isn't factually correct. But we will leave it there, and I'll go on to talk about something else. On recommendation 3, this administration, when they were in power, took many steps to creating a net zero policy and taking the climate change emergency seriously. One of which was the Cheltenham Meadow Solar Farm. One of which was the Strategic Net Zero Action Plan, which was done on a cross-party basis last year. And also, we had the first dedicated cabinet member for climate change. Now, it's important to note that the motion is an important motion and it sends an important message. However, it needs to be factual, it needs to be correct in order for us to support it. Because at this moment in time, I am not comfortable to support a motion that isn't factually correct and is not factually correct to the people of Plymouth who can see through what it is saying. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, thank you very much, Councillor Stoneman.
Could I quickly just declare a conflict of interest, given that Councillor Stoneman has mentioned PEC Renewables, of which I am a board member.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penberthy. It's noted. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I think the challenge that we had at the beginning of with the amendment was the implication of saying it's been reversed, and that's the bit that we're arguing on. We're not necessarily arguing on anything else that's in there. You know, the APPG is cross-party. The bill, the Climate Inequality Bill, is a cross-party. It's a 10-minute rule bill that's had all of that support. Those points and what we do as a council on a cross-party basis is not up for debate. Those things, clearly we want cross-party to do as much as we can to deliver net zero. It was the implication that we've reversed our commitment as a party to delivering net zero, and clearly we're council, we're not here to defend what that decision was. However, when you look at it through the lens of Plymouth City Council and the people that we represent, one of the challenges that we were facing was that cost of living impact. So when the announcement of 2030 was first put forward, that was before the pandemic, before the cost of living crisis. By extending that target just 5 years, we allow many of our residents to catch up. So we haven't reneged on that commitment. We've just said, in light of everything else that the world has experienced in the last 5 years, we want to give people a little longer to be able to deliver on it. Now, I know there's a whole bunch of other things in there as well, and it received both criticism and plaudits. And I actually have spoken on this elsewhere and talked about being on the doors, as I'm sure many of you are, and you might talk to one person on one side of the street who thinks it was a great announcement by the Prime Minister, and someone on the other side of the street who thinks it's awful. So if you want that indication of how we have to bring people with us, that's why being as pragmatic and as practical as we possibly can is really, really important. I think the point that's been made about the joint local plan, you know, as much as Patrick is the expert on this, I'm also particularly interested in it as well. I think it's worth reflecting on the cross-party work that we've already done in the previous iteration of the joint local plan, and that commitment that we consistently make as council to support pushing the biodiversity net gain, for example, and how we do reach net zero, and what we can do as a developing authority to ensure that that takes place. Things like the supplementary planning document, where we raise the game on environmental measures, because we recognise that the joint local plan was potentially a bit out of date because things move so quickly. So I think we've done a huge amount already, and as far as I'm concerned, I know that we will continue to do that. I think it is also just worth, in light of the joint local plan, putting a bit of a challenge down. Patrick's right to say we don't want to swallow up all of our green space because of the biodiversity impact that that can have. Brownfield sites, I think we're all agreed on. But we've heard a lot of policy talk from a potential Labour government about the grey sites, and I think we're going to have to be really careful as a city which of our sites we might think we want to lose and not lose, and how we balance that green space versus the brown space, and then the sites that we think could be okay for development, but what that's going to look like. So anything within the joint local plan going forward that protects that, I think, is going to be key. And I think it's just worth saying this argument about the cost of living is not actually entirely new. There was a push in 2019 to put the deadline for net zero to 2030. And I remember having that argument with one of our local MPs about how that's a great ambition. We need to do what we can now to deal with the climate emergency. However, we have to take people with us, and we have to take the people of this city with us. And we also have to change our policies. I mean, Councillor Stoneman and I, when we were in our portfolio positions, talked a lot with officers about how we ensure that people living in our terraced houses can charge electric vehicles. Nothing's come forward yet, and we're really keen to see something happen on that. We're really excited about the high-speed charging centre that's going to be at Central Park. But again, let's just generate this as quickly as we can, because then I think we can say to the people of Plymouth, we've got this ambition, but we've also got the tools to enable you to make that transition. And I don't think you can have one without the other. So I know that we are on a cross-party basis. We've got Green colleagues, Independent colleagues, Labour and Conservative committed to tackling the climate emergency in Plymouth, committed to reducing our carbon emissions and hitting net zero. And I think this motion aside, that commitment remains. I personally am just disappointed that we used the word reversal, because I think that's a bit not quite the case that was actually the situation. And so for me, it's that one word. If it had just said delayed, I think we would have all agreed on the whole thing. But that reversal just feels a little bit disingenuous on everything that we've done. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Krusnak.
Thank you, Mr. Lord Mayor. I find it really strange that one word defending the government decision is being debated in this chamber. Here we have experts, cross-party MP support for introduction of the bill to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Present government is just extending this, and we know what present government is and in what situation it is. It's a musical chairs, I would say. And because of their inability to stabilize themselves, they're punishing the people of Plymouth, they're punishing people of our country. So I strongly support this motion because it sets a clear direction which this council wants to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Krusnak, and remind everybody that's the councillor's maiden speech. Well done, thank you. Right, we now move on to Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to express my disappointment, acknowledge some of the debate that's just been had about the change in policy from the Conservative Party about 6 weeks ago. It was described as a moment of shame. Those are the words of Lord Goldsmith, a Conservative peer and Tory grandee. Alok Sharma, former Cabinet Conservative member and president of COP26, said, "For any party to resile from this agenda will not help economically or electorally." This has been backed up similarly by the former Conservative Levelling Up Secretary, Simon Clarke. And indeed, Boris Johnson came out after Rishi Sunak U-turned to say business must have certainty when making investments, and the car giant Ford expressed their disappointment, shall we say. So I understand the individual incentives of our Conservative colleagues to, look, this is all perfectly pragmatic, but it was quite I think quite a significant moment in the Conservative Party where there is a deviation. It is not, there is not a coherent way forward on green policies anymore. And I understand the desire to paper over the cracks, but there are significant divides. And when it comes, as Alok Sharma has said, to the electorate, they want to see parties, they want to see politicians who are firmly committed to the green climate change agenda. And that's why I'll be backing today's motion, which I hope everyone will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We now move on to Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I support this motion. I do, maybe perhaps not surprisingly. The climate is in crisis, and we must use every tool in our toolbox, every wheel in our wheelhouse, and every metaphor in our English language to reiterate our need to take urgent action. Kicking each other in the shins over climate, I feel, often brings out the worst in us, and one of the reasons I got into politics was to help me deal with our climate anxiety. I think this motion could go further, but locally, across the chamber, I know a real passion and commitment across all parties for tackling this issue at a local level. I just want to say that I look forward to working productively and collaboratively on an updated net zero action plan and plan for nature recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of points. And one of the points I wanted to make is that government leads and does the right thing. And what's so disappointing is that move back, that rolling back, that reversal is one of those examples of government not doing the right thing. And I think that's really very, very sad, seeing that we were all very much on the same page. The other point I'd like to make as well is there's a very interesting article in The Guardian today which shows, in fact, that it is, in fact, to the top 10% in wealth of the population actually are responsible for 40 times more carbon consumption and such than the poorest 10% of the population. And it's worthwhile keeping that in mind. Again, I'd say government leads by example, and by doing that and putting that agenda firmly there, it actually very often leads in such a way that it takes the rest of us on and moves us to a better place and takes us up and makes us see over the hill and move forward. And finally, if I could just put a little plug, I have just received, I think some of my other graduates, I think we can say, is we have just received our carbon literacy certificates. And I might be I don't know if I'm allowed to actually print it out, because I'd like to have a little photograph of myself with it. But one thing I will not be doing, and I can assure you of this, Councillor Briarsdelve, I certainly won't be laminating it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Are there any other councillors who wish to speak on this? Councillor Finn.
Yeah, I just think that when we talk about the costs, at the end of the day, it's about bringing our constituents with us. Let's look at the costs as they currently stand and ask how each and every one of us can afford it. 15 to 20k to insulate a home. 10 to 15k premium for an electric vehicle. Not just that, in 8-10 years' time, your car is a write-off, because the premium cost of a Tesla of a battery at 7 years is 22k. 7 to 20k for heat pumps. These are the costs that we're looking at imposing on people here and now if we move along this road. So therefore I ask the question, we support the development of alternatives. I think in time, obviously these alternatives will get cheaper, and that will be the appropriate time to actually look at where we go from here as a council. At the end of the day, we are custodians of council taxpayers' money. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much, Councillor Finn. Is there anybody who would like to respond to that? Councillor Briarsdelve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's hard to know quite where to start on some of those responses, but I'd just like to begin by thanking Keith and Stefan for their eloquent maiden speeches and for everyone who's contributed to this important debate. I did want to address head-on the accusation that there are aspects in this motion aren't factually correct. So to take the comment about reversal, this government said that it would beat the European commitments on phasing out of electric vehicles. It has done a U-turn on that ambition. This government made various commitments around energy efficiency and protecting people in vulnerable housing. It has not just delayed that, it's completely scrapped those requirements altogether. And so I think U-turn is exactly appropriate within that context. I think Councillor Holloway hit the nail on the head when she mentioned some of the Conservative voices that very strongly called out those U-turns. And I wanted to name a few positive examples around cross-party working that Councillor Smith touched upon. So some of our neighbouring Conservative-led councils, such as Cornwall and Devon, have both publicly supported motions on the Climate and Ecology Bill, which this motion is very much within the support of. That's our Conservative-led neighbours. Derek Thomas, the MP for St Ives, also a Conservative, who supported the Climate and Ecology Bill. And again, as Councillor Smith mentioned, the Climate APPG includes various Conservative voices including Selene Saxby, MP for North Devon. And I think if those Conservative colleagues in neighbouring areas are able to work together with Labour and Green voices to support these kind of proposals, then I'd love for us to be able to emulate that here today. We've covered the need for national and international leadership, but I also want to touch briefly on the final bullet point of this motion, Plymouth City Council's role in coordinating and leading work locally. This council does have a good track record of recognising environmental emergencies under different administrations. The Climate Emergency Declaration of 2019, the Ecological Emergency Declaration of 2021, as well as being the first local authority up and down the country to pass an Ocean Recovery Declaration, which has inspired many others since. But what we're advocating for today builds on the spirit of those declarations and focuses on urgent action plans. We've worked cross-party before to put climate and nature at the heart of decision-making. We've talked a lot today about the carbon literacy training that aims to improve understanding across both councillors and officers. In October just gone, we launched the Climate Impact Assessment, which will ensure that all key decisions will be evaluated with regards to 8 environmental aspects. That includes, for instance, emissions, biodiversity, and water quality. I really hope this will be a turning point in how new council projects are planned and environmental impacts are mitigated. On the net zero side, here's just a few of the projects we've been progressing this year. Phase A of the heat decarbonisation programme. There have been operational heat pumps on 6 major Plymouth City Council buildings: Crown Hill Court, Elliott Terrace, Poole Farm, Pounds House, Prince Rock and Frederick Street. That's a huge step forward to heat decarbonisation. We've commenced delivery of the Green Skills Action Plan, which the previous administration proposed. Councillor Evans has already mentioned today the innovative Net Zero Mill Bay Agreement, which again is country leading. We've been working with various groups and social housing providers to deliver programmes to improve energy efficiency of hundreds of fuel-poor homes. We've promoted behaviour change at various Plymouth events and installed many more Mobility Hub EV charge points and over 500 e-bikes to encourage more sustainable travel. On the environmental side of the portfolio, it's also been a busy few months. In October, we were the first local authority in the country to invest in a publicly owned habitat bank. Plymouth is also the first local authority in the UK to have a national marine park, and as Councillor Evans said last week, he invited guests down to help secure Horizons funding. A huge part of that is the Nature Boost programme, which will do so much for marine life in the Sound. Last month, we launched the Green Community Hubs, routing staff directly in communities to work alongside local groups on activities like habitat enhancement, community gardening, and green skill sharing. And as has previously been mentioned, the Plymouth and South Devon Community Forest is hugely important nationally for tree planting. So where do we go next? Rather than allowing the NZAP to sit on the shelf for 3 years, we want to work with Cabinet colleagues and senior officers to monitor progress and explore additional commitments, which we will be bringing to full council, and I'd like cross-party backing on that. We want to firm up bold commitments on nature for a nature recovery strategy to explore, as Councillor Moore put it, how we can better support local wildlife on land, sea and sky. Transformative change is needed internationally, nationally and local to deliver net zero and nature recovery. Please vote in favour today to ensure that Plymouth City Council keeps doing its bit on both international lobbying and local delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, members, we will now move to the vote. Please use the voting buttons on your machines. Green is in support, red is against, and amber is abstaining. Right, members, the motion is passed, 35 for, 16 abstentions. Thank you. Right, we move on now to the second motion, which is 11B and concerns improved public connectivity within Plymouth City Council. Councillor Salmon, would you like to propose your motion?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. In 1990, a British citizen fired off a bombshell which was to change the lives of most of the world's population. His name was Tim Berners-Lee, and his bombshell was the World Wide Web, the internet. Before this, there was only three basic ways of communicating: a phone call, a letter, or in person. The internet has changed everything. I'll carry on, fine. We now have Google, Twitter, or X, whatever, WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and all the rest. Instant communications across the planet. We don't now need to go out to shop, to bank, get takeaways, book appointments, information from any firm anywhere about their products and services. It's all online. It's convenient. It's easy. But here's the rub. You must be able to use the internet or get onto the internet to use it. Multinationals, corporations, almost all companies, big, medium and small, have jumped to utilise the benefits of the internet. To cut costs, no expensive buildings to maintain, not paying rates, less staff to pay national insurance, pensions and the like, thus improving their profit margins, but putting the onus of responsibility onto the customer, whilst giving a potentially lesser service to those customers. Ethically immoral. Financially, very beneficial. If you phone, you get the normal, we are experiencing higher than average call rates currently. You can wait up to 20 minutes. So use the internet, it's faster, just log on to, etc., etc. Alternatively, depending on the company, it's press 1 for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, and so on, with a high chance of not getting to the correct person, or it's the wrong department, and by now, some elderly people are already confused. I'm told by residents that this also applies to our 66 8000 number. And these are not new remarks. Whilst the younger and middle-aged generations have understanding and access to the internet, as the council's own figures show, the young, particularly having been brought up with it, can understand it and use it. Whilst a number of our older and elderly residents are not so lucky. Maybe due to age, infirmity, invalidity, mental issues or other various ailments, or just a state of mind. They're not able or do not wish to use the internet. The middle-aged will carry their current knowledge forward in the future, but with AI due to become much more prominent in our lives, they too might fall off the internet bandwagon at some future period as they age, repeating the current situation regarding communication into the future. But we must also concern ourselves with the situation now, today. Communications other than the internet are vital, absolutely vital to some of our elderly, and if we are to remain a progressive and caring council, we need to meet our commitments to them. Yet, we too have encouraged the internet with our preference for communications with the public being via email. Business-like, yes, but are we guilty of not giving our residents equal opportunities? We are also guilty of putting the onus on our residents to contact us. We have a team right now of dedicated officers in the Community Connections Group, which is currently looking at measures to improve internal communications with the public, but received on an email basis. So as a progressive and caring council, we must enshrine in our day-to-day activities that for the well-being and inclusion of all, I repeat, all of our residents, irrespective of age or circumstance, they have a path to contact us by phone or in person, should they, our paymasters, wish to do so. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lugger, I understand that you wish to second the motion.
Speak now.
You will speak now. Rightio.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Last month, members, I received an insurance renewal through the post. And as always, the premium was extortionate, so I was minded to telephone them to try and negotiate a better price. I searched through the documentation, and to my surprise, there was absolutely no telephone number evinced anywhere thereon. I phoned the helpline instead, the claim line, and with a degree of reluctance, I spoke to somebody to discuss the insurance quote. My Lord Mayor, I fully accept that there is a high cost for maintaining a commercial phone system, not only in terms of the staff manning the system, but of course the software licenses and of course the hardware to maintain the system. But may I remind members that we are Plymouth City Council. We are not a multinational PLC making profit. We have a statutory duty to maintain services for the community, which include, of course, education, children's safeguarding, adult social care, and many other services. Now, you've heard from Councillor Salmon that the preferred medium to communicate with Plymouth City Council is via the internet and email. Members, I put it to you that the elderly and the infirmed are severely disadvantaged by this. They would rather phone or attend in person to discuss council services. As a council, we are totally committed to the Equality Act, but if we are seen to be railroading these cohorts of society, we are in essence disassociating ourselves with them, and this is in fact de facto ageism. As an election pledge, I'm sorry to mention the Conservative Party, but as an election pledge, we Conservatives promised a better look at the telecommunication systems of this council. We councillors have all had complaints from residents about the 668,000 number not being adequate. And all we're asking for here is just a little look again at the telecommunications system that supports this local authority. Now, let us shoot an elephant in the room. The council first stop shop on 71 New George Street remains open as at this day for the homelessness function. Now, we put our hands up. The previous Conservative administration attempted to close it for budgetary purposes. Was that ill-advised? That's not up for debate. But what is certainly the case, is there's now a compelling need for that shop to offer the full array of council services to the people of Plymouth at point of contact. Or, members, in the alternative, if we were to have a smaller unit, perhaps negotiate a deal with Urban Splash in the new Civic Centre or another unit somewhere else, so the people of Plymouth can come in to discuss council services face to face. I urge members, this is a pretty non-contentious motion. Please support it. Thank you, and I'm happy to second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, Lord Mayor. The Conservative Party seems to have had a memory loss when putting this motion of notice together. So let me help you out. On the 18th of November last year, I personally, alongside Councillor Aspinall and Councillor Coker, called in a decision. At the time, it was the Performance Finance Customer Focus Overview Scrutiny Committee, where Councillor Patel was the Cabinet Member for Customer Services. Also, Councillor Lugger, you were in attendance of this meeting. And also, Councillor Finn, you were the Vice Chair. So I'm trying to help you out here, okay? So I had great concerns regarding the Conservative Party making a 50,000 in-year saving and wanting to make a further 88,000 from the customer service budget. Also, there was less than half of full-time employers had been cut under the Conservatives. This was about customer service, how we could not go digital all out. I tried to explain at that scrutiny process that it was unfair for customers not to be able to make a phone call or be able to contact on a face-to-face. The volume calls were getting higher. So I asked about our local libraries. Maybe we could do something with those. But hey, no surprise there. Their libraries had been cut under the Conservatives as well. I was horrified when Councillor Bingley, the leader at the time, and I say, I'm quoting your exact words, I could not see a case study to highlight, Councillor Hayden, how this would affect anybody. So all I can say at the moment is, at that time, the Conservatives didn't believe it would have an impact on Plymouth residents. But here we are today. Well, it gets worse, Lord Mayor. It really does get worse. So we have a call-in. We have a Conservative-controlled council at the time. They hold their cabinet. You didn't even have the decency to take it to cabinet to discuss it. After all that time of that decision, there was lots of recommendations made, dismissed. So, I would like to reassure you, as a Labour administration. Councillor Finn, did you have something you wanted to say? No? Oh, okay. Lord Mayor, if you don't mind, I would like a bit of peace while I'm talking, please. It's manners.
Please carry on, Councillor Hayden.
So I will repeat. As a Labour council, we care about our residents here in Plymouth, and we're working with customer services and our libraries to support them, while we are still working under a Conservative budget cuts. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hayden. I remember that call-in, and I want to talk about it as well, because it's barely, a year and 2 days since this was discussed. I invite Councillor Lugger to cast your mind back. You sat on that panel, which I chaired. We actually had it in this room. And the discussion was purely about moving work from the contact centre to purely online delivery. Councillor Lugger, you might not remember that debate because the minutes show that you left during it, despite it being the first substantive item on the agenda. So after this meeting, you might wish to reacquaint yourself with the way the rest of the meeting went by asking those of your group who sat on that scrutiny panel. Now, there aren't many of them left, but you might want to talk to Councillors Finn and Toffan. In fact, Councillor Toffan was making rather poo-pooing noises at Councillor Hayden just now. He sat in that meeting. They might want to refresh your memory about why they supported Councillors Bingley and Patel in the decision that had been made and did not support the majority of the panel in their request to reconsider that decision to make cuts to the budget in order to remove contact centre access on a wide range of issues in favour of digital by default. Lord Mayor, it's worth noting that not only did our report not go to Cabinet, it took Councillor Patel 2 months to formally respond to the panel's report and inform me that no change was to be made. Something I took, actually as a bit of a slight to scrutiny, and as a demonstration about how little regard the former Conservative administration had for this matter. Councillor Lugger, he's sitting right next to you. He's the one who made the decision. He's the one sitting now in your shadow cabinet who decided that he would ignore scrutiny. Given this, I view this notion as nothing but the Conservative group rather hypocritically trying to distance themselves from the consequences of their own decisions. It appears to me that this is another area where the Conservatives nationally and locally
want to deflect from the appalling impacts their decision-making has on the people who need our support the most by blaming someone else. The cuts to the contact centre were made by the Conservatives, and they should own that fact. I cannot support this motion as proposed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and a very interesting discussion, isn't it? Because I want to take the words of the motion proposed by Councillor Salmon and Councillor Lugger, because they are genuine concerns in the local community, and I think they do need airing in the sense of there's ongoing concerns. And I fully, through you, Lord Mayor, accept what Councillor Hayden and Councillor Penberthy have said. You know, unfortunately, decisions were made. Views and concerns that were raised were not taken on board, and we're in the situation we're in today. Having said that, I would hope that members opposite have actually fully taken on their briefs and are affecting change for the better. So that's what I would like us to evolve this discussion into, what we're doing now to actually improve the situation. Because Councillor Mrs. Beer and I tested the system over lunch. So I rang the 668 Trebolo, as I did it when I was in the Conservative group, to test us out at the time. And it took 8 minutes really to get a resolution. So we went through the mulberry bush of the options. There were 7 options. Option 6 was effectively anything that's not covered under the options, press 6. It takes you through the 7 options again, so you listen to the nonsense again, Lord Mayor. But generally, I know from history, if you just keep holding on the line, eventually you'll get to some human being. So I pressed 6 again, we went through mulberry bush, and eventually I held the line, and some very helpful gentleman in customer services, or digital, whatever it's called, answered the telephone. And what I wanted to double check was that I was always assured by senior officers that used to attend meetings, and I think Councillor Patel himself, that actually if you were not able to be digitally connected, so you had poor eyesight, very elderly, needed support, you can have your landline registered. And I'm very pleased to say that was confirmed on the telephone today, that option's still available. And I think it's important to ensure the public at large are aware that actually there is an ability to have some human contact. Having said that, only a couple of weeks ago, a very quite influential person in Plymouth contacted me, aghast that she was going through the blue badge procedure. And I've recently gone through the blue badge procedure on behalf of my mother. And you can't speak to anybody as a member of the general public. It has to be on the online system. So there is an issue here, Lord Mayor, that I hope Labour members opposite will start to address. Now, I've got to repeat, you supported the budget that the Conservatives moved because you effectively abstained and let the budget through and thwarted democratic holding to account by shutting other members down. So I'll just hold that, because you should allow debate on the budget in the future, and I hope that's a point that you'll learn for the future. But you have effected some changes through the council since you've been in charge, not least the very important reversal of the bonfire night activities, another stupid decision that my former colleagues made. So you can make changes to the council budget. It's not acceptable, Lord Mayor, that you have elderly people in this city unable to communicate with the council. Don't forget, when we get old, you might not physically be able to see the screen to go online, even though you might have been a very practical user of the internet. But we all, unfortunately, in older age, our qualities and our abilities diminish. And it's not acceptable, Lord Mayor, that there are people in this city who may not have family, who may not have close friends that they can rely on to try and communicate with the council. Councillor Lugger is absolutely right. We have a statutory obligation to look after people and to provide services, and we must, and I implore through you, Lord Mayor, to Labour members opposite, it's fine, have a go at the Conservatives, but you've been in now a few months, try and bring about some change, try and bring about improvements that are practical on the ground, and actually improve the lives of the people that we're here for. And let's hope in the next couple of months, actually on the ground, all of us across the city will get a positive reaction from older people dealing with the City Council instead of the negativity that we continue to have as a result of changes from Councillor Patel. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Moving on now to Councillor Dan.
When you think it couldn't get any worse, Lord Mayor. I'm going to start off by saying that this year, in this year's budget, there was £200,000 taken out of customer services and business support. That's 4 people in the customer care hub. So I really do feel that this motion is so hypocritical. Now, the reason we're not going to vote for it is because I want it referred to scrutiny, because the actual motion has got 4 points in there that has already been actioned by the current administration. So thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I have already listened. So in terms of the number of calls that we have on the phone line, can I just tell you that of those 7 buttons, 5 of them are statutory. You have to have adult social care, children's social care, community connections, electoral services and registration as a button. The customer digital assistance is the new offer, and that's for people who are not digitally able. And yes, Councillor Nicholson, we are now running the pilot where we can record people's telephone numbers directly so that when they come in, we know that they need they do need digital assistance. And the other one is a new one which we've just added, which is so that people can make payments over the telephone, because we're trying to make it easier so that you don't have to turn up in person and you don't have to do it digitally. So already there are things in line which are making a difference. The other thing we've done as well is we have recognised that when you ring up out of hours or even in hours and there is a highways incident like flooding, bad weather, fallen trees, we've also given that an option on the line so that members of the public can actually record these incidents very quickly. And out of hours service, it no longer goes to sort of one mobile where one person can answer the phone. It now goes into a proper telephony system where we can pick up these calls and deal with them immediately. So there's another thing that we've already done. So there's 2 things we've done with the payments and the highways, which makes a difference, and the digitalisation, and identifying older people, anybody else, they don't have to be old, who cannot use a digital system. Now, then we come to sort of the front line, face to face. Yes, we don't have a walk-in centre anymore, but do you know what we've done? We've made sure that if you go into a library or if you go to anywhere, there's a list of things there that library staff can help you to do. So yes, if you can't use a computer and you need to get your blue badge, they can get you appointments so that you can actually speak to someone or you can meet someone and they will actually do the application form for you. Now, we don't want hundreds of people to use this service, this extra access service, because this is for the people who are truly digitally not able to access it, not people who are too lazy to do it for themselves. If we allowed everyone to have one-to-one access rather than trying to encourage them to do it digitally, we would not be able to cope. And the reason I'm saying that is that, just to let you know, between, I need to get the right bit of paper now, April 23 and October 23, we have had 143,625 people request a service through the council using the digital online system. If all those people rang up, those people in the call centre who are answering the phones wouldn't be able to deal with those emergency adult social care calls or those children's social care calls or deal with people who really need the help. So will you please just cut the hypocrisy of what you're trying to do? And I'm going to run out of time, I can feel it. I want this to go to scrutiny because actually we've done a lot and we've got a lot to be proud of as a council. We're investing in our website so it's easier. We're investing in digital access. We're looking at putting new things in the libraries. For instance, we're having new computers put in there, so if people need to do a blue badge, they can go into the blue badge and they can connect with someone digitally to be able to do that thing. Because actually the blue badge system is statutory, we can't change it. We're doing a lot. We are listening to residents.
but we're doing it in a very, very difficult climate. And I will stand here and say, I will go to scrutiny, I will stand up for residents, I will make sure that we put extra in for those that need it, but I won't stand here and listen to your hypocrisy when you've taken out 350,000 about over the last 2 years, and then you have the audacity to say that we don't listen. Not a chance. Let's refer it to scrutiny and have these properly looked at, because actually we're doing our best in very, very difficult circumstances when we've got increased demand from people who need support from food banks and homeless and everything else. So, Councillor, I refer that we move this to scrutiny and we take a vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So, proposal to go to scrutiny. Do I have a seconder? Thank you very much. First one, Councillor Hayden. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Lord Mayor, I'd like to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
You can move that motion now, Councillor.
It has.
Right, I would now like to move a motion to move to the vote on the fact that we should take this to scrutiny, so that performance and management scrutiny, so we have a proper review. Am I not voicing this properly?
Through you, Lord Mayor, the rules of the debate state if you wish to refer a motion to scrutiny, it is an amendment which is debatable. So if members wish to speak to debate whether a motion should go to scrutiny, then you are able to do so. However, Councillor Dan has now stood up and moved a motion to go to the vote. And therefore, we need a seconder. We need a seconder. If we have a seconder, we'll go to the vote. Right. We will now move to the vote on the amendment to refer.
Right, members, to approve to go into the vote. Oh.
I just suggest that you provide some more clarification, because my understanding is not only do we go to the vote, will there be a subsequent opportunity for the proposer to finish the debate as well? Because I think members might be confused as not realising there's another opportunity to discuss this item.
Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. We will be moving to the vote on the amendment, which is to refer to scrutiny. As that motion was moved by Councillor Dan now has the ability to sum up. But we've not had a debate, so it's up to you whether you do it or not, Councillor Dan. So if we move to the vote on the amendment, we'll vote on the amendment, then we have to vote on the substantive. That's how it works.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Right, members. Have a point of order?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Okay, please go ahead with your point of order, Councillor
If we go
Salmon.
to the vote to take this to scrutiny, and Councillor Dan sums up, I then have the final summing up. Is that correct?
You certainly do on the substantive.
On the substantive, sure.
You certainly do.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, members, we're now going to the vote to take the amendment to scrutiny. Okay, so those in proposed, so do you wish time to discuss this? Okay. Members, just to clarify, You are just about to vote on the proposal to go to scrutiny. On completion of going on that vote, then we will go back to the substantive and allow Councillor Salmon to close.
Well, we're on a point of order. When are we actually going to vote on closing the debate? Or we, Mr. Jager, merging the both? We're effectively merging two propositions. You're asking us to vote for closing and, well, we don't normally do that.
I agree, Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, we need to have a vote. Right, just for clarity, we are going to now take a vote on what is a closure motion to move to the vote on the amendment. So we'll have that vote. If that vote is approved, we will then have a vote on the amendment to move to scrutiny. On the completion of that vote, we will return to the substantive and take another vote.
My Lord Mayor, a point of order, please. Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor. Point of order. Can we perhaps further 5-minute adjournment to try and fathom this out?
Oh, okay, Chair. Thank you. I'll have another go. Right. We've had a number of motions moved in a short period of time. So let's deal with them in turn. The first vote we will take will be the closure motion vote, which is to move to a vote on the amendment. So the first vote is the closure motion to move to the vote. The second vote we will take will be on the amendment to refer the matter to scrutiny. Subject to that debate and that vote, we will then return to the substantive, and there will be a further vote to close the substantive. Councillor Salmon will have the opportunity to sum up at that point.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Does this mean that we will be able to have further debate on the substantive after the vote on the amendment? Not if you've already spoken, but if you haven't spoken on substantive already, will we then be able to have further debate?
Through you, Lord Mayor, if you've not spoken on the substantive, you will have the opportunity to speak again.
Point of order. Lord Mayor, this is getting very confusing. If we vote to move something to scrutiny, surely the debate at that point moves to the scrutiny meeting at which it happens, not continues in the chamber here, because we will have referred it to scrutiny. So it seems that we're referring to scrutiny, then debating something that should go to scrutiny. Surely if we vote to refer to scrutiny, it goes to scrutiny. This debate closes at that point because we have made a referral.
Lord Mayor, before you go, can I just say, I did take advice, and I was told that if I wanted to refer something to scrutiny, I made the spiel as to why, and I referred it to scrutiny, and then it went to a vote to refer it to scrutiny, and I was reminded that I did this in a previous role as Lord Mayor. And once it's been referred to scrutiny, it goes to scrutiny.
Members, we're going to take 5 minutes, get a bit more clarity, and then we'll be back. Right, councillors, I'm going to try and take you through the maze of procedure, just to give you the heads up of what's going to happen now. Okay, so firstly, we're going to vote to move to the vote on the amendment. Okay, on completion of that, we're then going to vote to take the motion to scrutiny. And on completion of that, then we will look at the reasoning behind further votes on the substantive if required. Yeah? And it will give you an opportunity, Councillor Salmon, to sum up. Okay, yep, right, moving forward. Right, councillors, the first step is to vote to move to vote on the amendment from Councillor Dan. For clarity, this is the closure vote. Oh, on the amendment, yep, yep. Right. Councillor Dan, you now have the opportunity to sum up on the amendment, your amendment to go to scrutiny.
So I'm going to sum up on the amendment to refer it to scrutiny. And the reason we're referring it to scrutiny, because how the customer hub operates, how we deliver customer service across all the platforms, face-to-face, digitally, over the phone, is really important. And I think it should go to scrutiny, because if we do it there, we can look at it properly, at where we are, what we're currently doing, how we're making improvements, and get feedback. I refer it to scrutiny. I hope you will agree with me.
Right. Before we go any further, Councillor Nicholson, is this procedural?
Well, no, I want to debate it.
You can't now debate
we just had a closure motion, and
that's it, I'm afraid. Okay, right, councillors, we're now going to the vote to vote on whether we send this to scrutiny or not. Right, councillors, that's passed. Right, now we're given the opportunity, because the substantive now is to send it to scrutiny. So I don't see the point here of continuing the debate on something that we've just voted on, so we already are going to scrutiny. So, Councillor Nicholson, yes.
Lord Mayor, what I wanted to ask. What?
Is this a point of order?
No, you just invited discussion on.
No. I've said that we will go to. We've already voted to go to scrutiny. We're now going to. The substantive is now go to. So I'm just now going to invite Councillor Salmon to close. Bear in mind, you did speak on the substantive.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Sorry, on a point of order, then, can I just ask one point of order? Okay, so you've had a cabinet member effectively take through the council, and the councillors have agreed that this goes to scrutiny. What assurance are we actually going to have that actually the scrutiny panel will receive and scrutinise it, given the fact that I'm going to raise this later on a procedural point, that there's another instance I'm going to raise later where the council made their feelings known and it's never actually materialised at scrutiny? Ultimately, the chair of the scrutiny panel and the committee need to put it in their work programme.
Your point is noted, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Salmon, please sum up.
Everyone happy with this? I don't know. My Lord Mayor, the whole idea of this motion is to say that it's our responsibility, all of us as corporate parents, that we ensure inclusion and well-being for every resident. It really is that easy, I'm sorry, but it is. Cross-party support and being totally non-political. I mean, every single ward in this city is affected by this. Every ward. None of you are exempt whatsoever. We need to help all our residents of whatever persuasion, age, disability, or other protected characteristics, whatever they may be, in order to help them to help themselves. Not to do so is disingenuous in the extreme and against that which we aim and claim to uphold, which is the Equalities Act. I quote our council leader who stated in Plymouth Live some short time ago, we know things are difficult, but it won't stop us from being ambitious for the city and delivering good stuff. Being able to continue greater efficiency in everything we do, and finally, focusing on early help to prevent vulnerable residents getting to the stage where they need extensive support. Fine words, let's hope they come to fruition. He is, of course, absolutely right, which is exactly why this motion on notice was put together in the first place. We've heard opinions from across the floor, quite a few, and frankly, I'm very disappointed that the positivity of this motion has been politicised. I mean, I feel very sorry that the Cabinet...
Point of order, Lord Mayor. The motion is to refer to scrutiny, and Councillor Salmon is not currently talking about the referral to scrutiny. He's talking about the motion pre-amendment.
The scrutiny, is this substantial? The scrutiny has been done, closed. So I'm now finalising...
It is to sum up, we are going to scrutiny on this one.
Surely.
So there'll be further discussion and scrutiny.
So this is a substance I'm not allowed to completely do what I want to do.
You're just about to win, so...
Okay, right. Well, so I'd like to thank Councillor Nicholson for his support on this one anyway. You know, if we don't have physical and telephonic contact, there will be residents who remain disadvantaged, that's a fact. Members might like to reacquaint themselves with the Council's Equality and Diversity Action Plan 23-24 and the Corporate Equality Group and the Equalities Working Group, all of which stated that further work is required for equality and diversity, which is what this is, to be fully mainstreamed across the Council. Plymouth City survey conducted last year highlighted the low level of internet uses for Plymouth's older residents. 25 to 34-year-olds was 100% usage. 70 and over, 0 to 11%. There are literally thousands of people in our wards who currently are being disadvantaged by this. It also went on to say that 43%, of those who have never used the internet or not done so in the past 3 months, 43% do not know how to use it, 36% don't have a device to connect it, 32% do not trust the internet, and 20% can't afford to pay for it. Our figures, not made up. I mean, community cohesion, social environment for these residents needs support in every way, and I mean every way. You can't pick and choose. From the council to also prevent isolation, loneliness, while providing and improving good mental health and well-being. When those who do not have internet access to council information assistance can utilise other options to contact us. It's been mentioned you can go to the library and see the ticket. Sorry, I've got a 91-year-old neighbour who can't get there. So that's ruled out as far as I'm concerned. Elderly won't make payments on the phone because they're too frightened of being scammed. They don't know what they're doing on that one. And I'm sorry for the Cabinet member to feel it's too lazy to do it for themselves. I rest my case. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, we'll now move to the vote. Please vote on the buttons on your units. Green in support, red no, and amber for, and it's to be voting on the motion as amended? Right. That motion is carried and is going on the scrutiny agenda. Sorry, scrutiny list. Okay, we're now moving on to motion 11C, transparency of council casework. The third and final one concerns the transparency of councillors' casework. And Councillor Hume, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to reserve Plymouth City Council to publish the monthly, with immediate effect, on the PCC website against each elected councillor, the councillors' numbers of casework cases submitted in a multiple year. This will allow the public and residents to see clearly the work undertaken by each councillor to improve their wards and the city. This information will supplement other work councillors undertake that is currently provided, such as membership to the committees, outside bodies, etc. This action will build greater trust with the public and adhere to important Nolan principles of public life, especially accountability, openness and honesty. As councillors, we all want to support our community, constituents and residents in raising their concerns in the ward we all represent. This is, I feel, is the reason why I put myself forward to represent the constituent, and likewise I believe fellow councillors did also. So councillor casework plays a valuable and vital role, and I feel it should be duly noted on PCC website under each councillor's profile. I ask all councillors to support my motion on notice to show councillors' casework on a monthly basis on the PCC website, showing individual casework numbers of each councillor's implemented. This, I feel, would show the general public what the ward councillors are raising regarding their respective wards on a monthly basis, and it shows transparency, integrity, and gives the general public an account of all ward councillors' input in the ward they represent. At present, committees and outside bodies are already available on the PCC website by all elected councillors. So I would ask all councillors would support my motion on notice. Many thanks. I look forward to all your comments. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Mrs. Beer, I understand you wish to second the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to second it, and I'd like to speak now, but very briefly, because I acknowledge that a lot of us more experienced councillors in the chamber actually go direct to officers, and I would be looking for some way of capturing those case numbers that we go direct to officers to get our casework done. But I fully support this motion. I think it's open and transparent, and it's over to the rest of the councillors to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beer. Councillor Dan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion on notice does nothing to show how councillors deal with their casework. The number of casework pieces you put in does in no way reflect how good you are as a councillor, how effective you are, or how many councillors' queries actually get completed. It's a very base, crude statistic, because you cannot measure the effectiveness and the work of a councillor by simply ticking a box. I'm going to give you some examples why it doesn't work. For instance, if you're a member of a team, so if you take my ward, Sutton and Mangold, we quite often get pieces of emails and casework that come to all three of us. Whoever happens to be on their computer at the time generally picks it up, so it goes in once. Or, as in our ward, we have our own little specialism. So if it's something to do with trees or grass or transport, so it might land in my lap. If it's something to do with adult social care, Mary will pick it up. So we have specialisms as well. And of course, Eddie and his licensing. Better speak about him as well. Sometimes we have pieces of casework comes in that might be a safeguarding or a really important operational issue, and actually you don't go through the casework system because you need it to be escalated straight away. And if it goes to casework, it takes a little time. So if it's a really important, complicated case, quite often you will go straight to an officer because you need their support. Some wards have multiple planning applications and they have to deal with them. So for instance, if you look at the city centre, how many licensing applications and planning applications come in that those councillors get involved with, they meet their residents, they talk to their residents and quite often end up at planning committee. None of that goes through councillor casework. Some wards are not always contact the councillor. Some wards have a high degree of people who actually report their own things. So for instance, if there's an issue with flooding or a tree falling down or a really bad pothole, they will record it themselves using the digital online system. I've already said that 143,000 people have done that since April. So let's not mitigate the fact that we do have people in our wards who can do it for themselves. Some councillors put multi-requests on their emails. So for instance, if you're walking down a road and you've got 10 potholes, please don't tell me you're going to put in 10 different pieces of casework. You're going to have a piece of casework there with 10 potholes on that you expect to be done all in one time. Councillors can spend hours on a telephone or meeting residents, dealing with cases and trying to resolve it. Let alone all the friends groups and all the residents groups and all the other things that we get invited to as councillors. Don't get me wrong, casework is an absolute key essential activity, but it's not comparable between councillors, and having a league table of how many times you can tick a box is not the answer of how effective you are as a councillor. How we all manage our performance as councillors gets measured at the ballot box. You look at our community meetings, how many times we meet residents, how many times we go to events. And actually, you should think, what do you actually do in the council that we should be held accountable for? Because we have a city to run. Do you turn up at scrutiny having read all your papers? Do you turn up at the council absolutely fully prepared? Because that is really an important part of being a councillor as well. So I'm really sorry. I think we should vote against this, not because I don't think councillor casework is important, because I do, but actually it demeans the role of a councillor just to be measured by how many times you can tick a box.
Councillor Benberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion, in some ways, shows how little Councillor Hume still understands about the complexities of a councillor's workload or of performance management and reporting. Councillor Dan has reflected from her portfolio perspective. I'm about to reflect from mine in terms of performance management. Councillor casework is one of the ways in which we all handle requests for support from local residents. I know that I handle some things directly. They don't need to be sent to officers to answer. I already know the answer. Why would I send it to an officer to tell me that and waste their time? The same is true, I'm sure, for most, if not all, of you. I know that many matters that are raised with me are not to do with the council. For these matters, I'm sure most of us go to where they need to be addressed, whether that's a housing association, the police, a community group, a landowner, or whoever. I know that when it comes to matters like safeguarding, planning, licensing, and TROs, that councillor casework is definitely not the appropriate channel to engage with. Each of those responsible departments has methods for us as councillors to engage with them. They are more appropriate. They're faster. On all of those things I've just talked about, why would we clog up a councillor casework system that's there to support us to do the casework where we need support? And I know that some pieces of casework that are sent to councillor casework are so complex that if just to tick boxes we broke them down into lots and lots of little components, the complexity would be missed and we wouldn't get the right answer. Councillor Hume, from a performance management perspective, you're just asking us to break everything down to the smallest possible component and absolutely deluge a small team with lots of requests that they don't need to get, and actually ask requests in ways that don't get us the right answers. And Councillor Dan has already talked about the fact that in some cases, there'd be 3 of us in a ward all doing exactly the same thing. I know that actually a lot of stuff can be dealt with through relationships, whether that's inside the council or outside. Councillor Beer has just worked with local residents on the potential to rename Barn Meadow, a really laudable thing to do. She didn't do that through councillor casework. She came to those of us who are cabinet members and said, how do you want to do that? Can I do it? How can we get it over the line? It's a good thing to do. She didn't need to go to councillor casework to say she'd done another piece of casework. She dealt with it. Councillor Beer, you've just acknowledged that very fault with this motion. And yet it is bizarre that you've chosen to second it when you actually think it's not quite right. And anyway, from a performance management framework, is casework the only measure of a good councillor? Should we report the number of council committees councillors sit on compared to the average number? That might, compared to the average number councillors sit on. That would show some councillors, like cabinet members who sit on lots of committees because of our jobs, considerably higher numbers than those independents who sit non-aligned to any group and only sit on full council. We can make performance say all sorts of things, and maybe we shouldn't. Maybe, Councillor Hume, you haven't appreciated that. Should we only report meetings that are attended in full? Councillor Partridge has already left. Councillor Mrs. Beer will tell us that there are very good reasons that people cannot stay for a full meeting. And actually, as Councillor Nicholson, you've just said, there are lots of people who don't speak in full council. So if we talk about external bodies, there is so many things that we could measure that say, we're busy. We could measure diary appointments. We could do all now. We all know that all of these are poor proxies for a good councillor. In our wards, people know which councillors work hard, they know which parties are supporting them, and they express that every year through the ballot box. I think that's a good performance measure. It's based on the work we all do to build relationships all the time. And in terms of this motion, a performance measure I'd rather see.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
I'm not supporting. Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to speak? Thank you very much, councillors. We will now go to the vote. Those in... Oh, sorry, Councillor Hume, you have an opportunity to...
Well, a tick box. Tick box. Well, casework, I believe, is very important to the residents. And, you know, I did committees when I was a member of a colour. Unfortunately, things changed. People know. I moved on, and I get taken off those committees and outside bodies. So I did put my bit in as a councillor, as a colour. Now I feel that casework is a very important thing for all of us. I'm not saying councillors do not do the casework. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is it would be nice if there was a kind of way that people could see what casework is being implemented by their individual councillors. We do that with committees. We do that with outside bodies. That's all I said. And for Councillor Penworthy to say that I'm not naive, but I've got a lot to learn, all councillors have a lot to learn, the ones that haven't been councillors for very long. But my residents believe that casework is a very important thing, and I will carry on doing that. I'm sorry that the support isn't coming from the chambers. Very disappointed, but I said my bit. Many thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Members, now we'll move to the vote. Those in support, press green. Those against, please press red. And those who wish to abstain, please press amber. Members, I'm afraid that's not passed. Thank you very much. Right, we now move on to questions by councillors. Can I invite members to ask any questions of the leader, cabinet members or committee chairs? Please indicate that you would like to speak by raising your hand and I will call you to speak. Please note there is up to 45 minutes for questions and answer session. I would ask that cabinet members, when responding, do not turn around and continue to face forward so it's easy for you to speak into your microphone. Questions should not be longer than 1 minute long and answers no longer than 2 minutes. And members may ask one supplementary question, not a statement, which must be related to the original question asked, and same restrictions apply. Thank you. Right, the first ones I have here is Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Coker. Do you believe that we should be supporting infrastructure around schools, enabling pupils and parents to be able to walk to school?
Thank you. Yes.
On a supplementary, Lord Mayor, if I may, is he happy to have a meeting with me to discuss areas around the city where I've had comments and concerns?
Absolutely. Yes. But do you need to bring it here to ask me that? Just pick up the phone.
Next question is, where is he? Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a question for Councillor Brydesdale. I've had a lot of complaints regarding damage to bins, and I wonder what the mechanism is if a resident has a damaged bin that has not been of their doing, that perhaps is mechanical because of just getting churned up a little bit with the lorries. Is there a mechanism to ensure that those residents are not expected to pay £20 to have a new bin if the bin cannot be, or is there a mechanism to get it fixed so that it's then working again? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. That's a good question. There is a method to report a missing or damaged bin. You'd also be able to flag that through the councillor casework system. We also sometimes see damaged public bins as well. Sadly, on certain occasions, rather than being set on fire, every public bin has a unique identifier number, and if you report that, then the council will replace it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is just came. Sally.
Don't turn around.
I'm not allowed to turn around, sorry, Lord Mayor. Naughty.
Turn around.
I was saying, Councillor Hayden, recently, right, it came to my knowledge, right, that we have got a lot of takeaway drivers who actually take away sort of private cars. They're not properly insured under the proper laws and regulations on the licensing. Now, obviously, we license premises between sort of certain times of day and night. Can you tell me whether you're aware of a lot of these private cars are actually, even though they've got proper public liability and all the usual car insurance, are you aware that they need proper insurance to do this sort of job? And is there any way we could actually lobby or do anything to make sure that the public safety is actually made involved in this?
Lord Mayor, I'm going to stand up because I expect Councillor Rennie was talking to Councillor Hayden, Sally, not Councillor Creswell. Even though you're very happy to answer the question. Okay, yes, I'm full aware of it. If drivers are doing delivery for food or alcohol now, they do need to have a different insurance, which is called a carriage of goods insurance. If they haven't got it, and that means that they're not protecting themselves, and they won't be insured. It does come under a police matter, though, Councillor Rennie, as much as that we're trying to obviously keep an eye out as well. But if you're aware of any, then please let the police know. And secondly, yes, it is something that will be debated in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Supplementary, Lord Mayor. Councillor Hayden, do you think there may be any quality in maybe talking to our MPs to talk to the Department of Transport or the relevant authorities at Parliament to actually try and see whether regulation could be brought in so that it does be involved and does get involved in the licensing act when an application is made?
Councillor Rennie, I'm quite happy to say yes without fail. And I'm more than happy for you to be included in those conversations if you would like to.
Thank you very much. Right, next one's Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This question is about special needs and aimed at Councillor Creswell. In common with all local authorities in England, this authority is challenged to properly meet the needs of children with additional health, educational and disability needs. Whilst I very much look forward to the additional spaces at some of our special schools in the new year, it's really important to remember that the vast majority of our children with special needs do not need to be educated in a special school. Besides the expense of a capital programme, there's also the expense of transporting children to and fro across the city, which adds to the city's carbon footprint. So we ought to aim for the vast majority of our children with special needs to be educated in their community so that they and their families have a sense of belonging and build friendships there. So what actions can be enacted to help make this happen in the city?
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. And you raise very important issues, and which I would expect from an ex-head teacher, and points that I would very much agree with. The key issue of SEND and SEND sufficiency is something that's very much being worked on and looked at having a well and developed comprehensive plan. And key as well is that issue of early intervention, because it's a vital part of our improvement planning and the identification which will help to ensure that children can be maintained in mainstream schools. On a broader aspect, I think we need to have a cultural shift, both in terms of inclusion, but also more important for teachers and support staff to be able to work effectively with SEND children within mainstream schools. And that requires services, resources and training, which would inspire confidence with parents and carers and would put less pressure on for seeking EHCPs and even a place in a special school. Finally, this will be part of a SEND sufficiency planning, taking advantage of any fall in primary roles, perhaps, where we could, in fact, use things like pods, etc. I think you had provision within the school that you were head teacher of, that specialist provision could perhaps be increasingly provided within or on the site of existing mainstream schools. This is a less expensive option and doesn't involve such a large capital outlay of building a whole new school, and it does help to bring inclusion to the heart of the community. All of these options are very much being explored because we need to be thinking as broadly as we possibly can, because not having a plan is in the long term very expensive, as we're seeing at the moment in terms of the incredible costs being put on homeschool transport.
Please. Can I ask, in light of the recent Ofsted inspection of our SEND provision in the city, what actions are taking place to have a shared accountability in the city between health, the local authority and schools, multi-academy trusts, trustees and governors?
I'd like to say, and this is actually there's been very much cross-party on here. We have a SEND improvement plan, we have a SEND improvement board, and it's important to note that there's been a real openness, transparency on all issues related to SEND. As we know, we've got a long way to go and we've got a lot to do to improve things for our children. As we see, but we've seen that very much working as part of cross-party work that's been going on in scrutiny and real cross-party political commitment to bring about improvements for all of our special educational needs children. And that's also been seen very much in the SEND Improvement Board. And I want to say at this point that I would thank the leader, the opposition leader, the chair of scrutiny, deputy leader, and myself, who have all been in the room for those very important meetings which have involved the DFE in terms of our SEND improvement. And that was actually something that was noted, was it not, Councillor Lugra I'm looking at directly, was actually noted by the DFE as we have a real commitment. It's a high priority for everyone in this chamber as far as our special educational needs is concerned. I'm pleased also to note as well that how many invited members, we've got a SEND inspection briefing for head teachers and CEOs of MATs, which I think is happening next Monday, and I was really delighted to look at that list and see how many members of all parties who are part of the scrutiny committee have actually in fact signed up in order to take part in as far as that briefing is concerned. And I think that speaks volumes as far as our real commitment and our cross-party work, and I thank every single member very much.
Thank you very much. We now move on to Councillor Hume.
Oh, thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's a it's a question to Councillor Lowry. I believe, pardon me, I need my glasses, sorry. I believe you are responsible for street naming, and I see that you have made the proposal to rename Sir John Hawkins Square to Justice Square. Could you inform us what other options were ruled out?
Councillor, it's the wrong person you're addressing it to.
Sorry.
Address it to Councillor Penberthy.
Oh, sorry. Apologies, Councillor Penworthy. If I can put that question over to you, would you like me to read it again? Apologies.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I think I got the gist of the question. The scheme of delegation has that under my role, and the scheme of delegation is available on the Councillor website, Councillor Hume. And should you also look on the Councillor website, you will see that there is a council policy on street naming, which says that any ward councillor can propose a name. It does not need to have any selections of names. A name has been proposed, that name has been put forward. We now await the outcome of any contributions that might be made by members of the public.
Can I make a supplementary, please? Also, I'm led to believe in March 2020, the ex-leader...
Councillor, it needs to be related to your original question.
It is related to... Well... Oh, yes. In March 2022, the then leader, Councillor Richard Bingley, said he would put out this to public consultation. Why did this not happen?
Lord Mayor, it's not for me to answer on the previous administration. This administration has followed the Council's policy, which is within not only the legislation, but all the good practice guidance issued by national government.
Thank you, Councillor Penberthy. Moving on to the next one is Councillor Beer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Dan. Gambling can affect a huge amount of people with addiction. So what does Plymouth City Council have? Do Plymouth City Council have a policy in HR that covers this particular addiction?
Not specifically. It has one for drug and alcohol and addictions, of which gambling is one. If we have a member of staff who needs to access that policy and needs support, we put them towards our occupational health. And also, there are many organisations across the city who also support people who may have a gambling addiction. Working with the Citizens Advice Bureau through the Cost of Living Action Plan, we are aware that there is an increase at the moment in people presenting in crisis who do have a gambling addiction. And with the period coming up to Christmas, when it is so easy to say, oh, I'll just risk a fiver because I might get 50 quid, as part of the Cost of Living Action Plan, there will be a week when we look specifically at pushing out messages about addiction, about gambling addiction, and highlighting the support that we have in the city and also online. We also have it's an NHS website it's called Q Well. I presume it's Keep Well, but I don't know. But that also has online mentoring support. But obviously, for someone to access that, they probably need to have support first, because we know that you only seek online help if you know you need it. So the question is, yes, and it's wider than what about the council, it's also about across the city.
Supplementary, Lord Mayor, please. Thank you. Would you agree we need to support any of our staff and members who have an addiction from gambling? And not just, it just doesn't affect the person themselves, it affects the wider family and our communities. So will you ensure that we have links of support groups or volunteer agencies on our website, please? Thank you.
What I will do is check that when we do the Cost of Living Hub update around this particular messaging, that we put them all onto that website so that it's accessible not just for Plymouth City Council staff, but for everybody. And I repeat that if we have a member of staff that has an issue and they present, then we've obviously got support mechanisms and occupational health in support of the council in which we can deal with it.
Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This would have been a question to Councillor Aspinall, but I will ask it anyway, so maybe the leader would take it. I was surprised to receive an email only last week, a few days ago, saying that there was a notification that the re-provisioning of the Mayflower Medical Group had taken place and there would be new administration and delivery next May. I wonder whether Councillor Aspinall or the leader or anyone had any pre-knowledge or any input into this process.
I certainly didn't, but I was delighted that the Mayflower is not floundering now, that it has a different back. Could I just say that we'll ask Councillor Aspinall and then we'll get back to you. It's obviously, she's not here to answer.
Yep. Thank you, Leader. Yes, I mean, I hope that things are going to go satisfactorily, but in view of the previous issues and the fact that it does cover such a large number of patients in the city, I think it would be interesting and possibly relevant for us all to have had a briefing from the NHS, and I wonder whether he thinks this has been managed satisfactorily by One Devon NHS.
We'll have discussions with the portfolio holder and see if that's something that can be done.
Councillor Lugger.
I thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I promise Councillor Allen I will not cause mischief at this late hour. On the 21st of November 2022, this council voted for public consultation pursuant to section 116 of the Local Government Act 2003 to engage with the people of Plymouth on the subject of moving the electoral cycle from 1/3 to all-out elections. Apropos the announcement made today, apropos the announcement made at last full council, please explain, Councillor Allen, why the consultation did not take place immediately when council asked for it to be, who brought it back for discussions with Southampton, and why wasn't this brought back to full council for sanction? Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, once again.
I refer you back to my previous announcement at the start of full council, and under the scheme of delegation, it is reverted back to the Audit and Governance Committee. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Supplementary, my Lord Mayor. Well, if a court order grants an order, you don't go back and put it to a committee, you get on with it. But my question is simply this. Is this an attempt by the Labour administration to keep the status quo as far as the electoral cycle is concerned without consulting the people of Plymouth?
My Lord Mayor, full council delegated it back to Audit and Governance Committee. Therefore, Audit and Governance Committee is carrying out the request of full council. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wakeham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question for Councillor Briers-Delve. Councillor Briers-Delve, in my term in office, we had the SUDS project going, which was due to be finished in July, as you probably know. It is now nowhere near completion. So winter's coming, it's getting very wet and boggy there. Actually, I went out to the guys this morning speaking to them on site, and I want to know what the completion date is going to be, because this is obviously costing a lot more money than it should be. And what is the reason for the delay? Because the council taxpayers, once again, have got to pick this bill up. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Reading between the lines, I think Councillor Wakeham's referring to Central Park SUDS, because there are several SUDS schemes planned across the city currently. I answered in the previous full council with response to this, and my answer remains the same. For quite some time, the scheduling has been altered, as you've already been informed by myself and officers. That was done a long, long time ago. We are now aiming for the majority of the works to be done before Christmas. However, there are aspects of the scheme that can't be done in the winter. So some of the landscaping works, as I'm sure you can imagine, it wouldn't be suitable or financially sensible to do that in December in all weathers. But the bulk of the works will be done by December. You specifically mentioned budget. I repeatedly asked for updates on this and work closely with officers, and we are currently working to the budget. Thank you.
Supplementary. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, if we're working to a budget, surely if it's taken twice as long as it should do, it's going to cost twice as much money. How does that work?
We tend not to do our financial projections based on odd predictions and ratios. We are working to the budget that the officers have been instructed to. That's been my most recent update on that, and I've been assured that at the moment that remains the case. Thank you.
Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I believe this is a question for Councillor Dan under Customer Services, but it might also sit with Councillor Lang under Communications. So I guess to the relevant Cabinet member. Festive season is fast approaching. With some of the debate in the Chamber today, you might forgive me for thinking Patno season is already upon us, but I digress. Christmas is a really hard time of year for many. The cost of living crisis continues to hit home, energy costs bite, and familial tensions, domestic abuse, and poor mental health can bubble to the fore. 2, timelines for council services will change, like bin collections. Residents will be looking for advice on how to recycle their Christmas trees, access services, and beyond. I note with sincere thanks the effectiveness of the cost of living hub, but wondered whether any festive-specific guidance and signposting will be issued by the council with a particular focus on unique pressures of the festive period.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can answer that from a cost of living perspective. I am pretty sure that Jemima will have got Christmas comms sorted out, but I'm not sighted of that. So from a cost of living perspective, there's going to be lots of things about what you can do for free over Christmas. There's also going to be lots of guidance about managing a budget, being thrifty and doing everything we can. But it's really interesting. When I went to the Warm Spaces Hub at Manadon last week, as a local community-based organisation, they're also doing work as well, and they're also sharing things that the Citizens Advice Bureau are putting out. So there's actually quite a network going on within the communities. But the next 6 weeks will be focused very much on what support we can give to households who are struggling leading up to the Christmas period.
Supplementary, that's really good to hear, and I ask that when that guidance is ready, if you could just share it with all councillors so we can pass it on to our residents when it's available. Thank you.
Councillor Tuffin.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Penberthy, please. Following my question at the last council meeting, could Councillor Penberthy update me on the current situation with regard to the tidal pool at Firestone Bay, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just scroll down through this particular briefing. One of the issues of having lots of portfolio bits is I end up with lots of briefings in lots of places, so just about there. As you mentioned at our last meeting, Devil's Point tidal pool at Firestone Bay is where generation after generation of people in Plymouth have learnt to swim, and it's popular with people of all ages. Our vulnerable coastal position means that it takes a battering from the elements, and it does need constant upkeep. Over the last few years, sadly, that upkeep hasn't been in the budget, and there hasn't been a plan for its repair actually signed off by any cabinet member. I'd like to thank you, Councillor Rainsford and Alderwoman MacDonald, for making sure that I am continually reminded about that, and also what local residents are saying. You might have noticed that in today's paper on the capital programme, this administration have listened, and we have put £150,000 in the budget to make sure that we can look after it and repair it. In early 2024, the structural integrity of the pool will be strengthened using well-established techniques for the repair of marine structures. A combination of preformed and reinforced concrete with marine-grade stainless steel reinforcement will help ensure that the pool is fit for years to come. The environmental implications will be reviewed and a construction environmental management plan produced prior to the commencement of any work on site. The works won't duplicate anything in the National Marine Park programme, but will complement it in terms of work being done elsewhere at Devil's Point. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Supplementary, please, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Penberthy. That was extremely good to hear. Could you tell me some information about any other projects that are going to happen in that area together with that huge improvement? And I must say, I'm really pleased to say this administration has actually got onto it rather than putting it off for years. Thank you.
Councillor Tuffin, you are talking about the pool.
Yes.
Can you stick to the pool? And your supplementary does not address the pool. Okay, so
I'll stick to the pool, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
So while the pool's being repaired, we are aware that there are some essential upgrades needed immediately around it. So as part of that, we will look at the jetty, which is one of the supporting walls to the pool, where there has also been a sea breach. The steps to it will be repaired and the railings replaced. We will be putting in lockers for swimmers to actually make their life better. And we are looking at improving all the signage on safety and usage of that part of the bay in relation to what local communities have been saying. If there is any budget left, I'm also hoping to put in some improved seating so that people can sit around in that area comfortably. Works are expected to begin in March 2024 as the weather and tides become more favourable. Will take approximately 10 weeks. We'll do our best to maintain as much access as we can to the time, but that is a substantial programme of works, and we do want to make sure we finish it as quickly as possible to make minimum disruption to the community using it over next summer, because I'm sure it will be very popular next summer once it is finished.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penberthy. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Questions to Councillor Bingley, Chair of the Growth and Infrastructure Overview and Scrutiny Committee. On the 19th of June, Council debated a motion proposed by Councillor Stoneman and seconded by Councillor Lugger in relation to fixing Plymouth's roads. During that debate, I moved an amendment, which was seconded by Councillor Beer, which was unanimously agreed by Council that the Growth and Infrastructure Overview and Scrutiny Committee be requested to review the effectiveness of the current procedures for maintaining the city's roads and pavements and provide a report to the Cabinet and members of the City Council. They're looking at the work programme of the committee, which has now met on 3 occasions. So Council met on the 19th of June, the Scrutiny Panel met on the 12th of July, 13th of September and the 8th of November. Nowhere in the work programme is anything about fixing Plymouth's roads. Could I ask Councillor Bingley if he could recommend to his committee at the next meeting to give urgent consideration, given the fact that the government have announced some welcomed extra investment in Plymouth roads?
Almost said here. Yeah, because we have just been able to announce that there was £11.4 million for Plymouth roads very, very recently. So I think given that we've had the recent sort of budget speech and given that we're more certain about where we are in terms of central government funding, we can put that into the work programme. But apologies, it's not been there so far, but we did need clarification, and to some extent we were expecting some form of money, we just weren't sure that it would be what the allowance was. But good question, thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Supplementary. Well, given the work programme is so onerous, from my experience, and you're never going to achieve it in the remaining meetings, are you prepared, through you, Lord Mayor, to hold some extra meetings of the scrutiny panel to ensure that this important business is activated and recommendations are made to the Cabinet member? Thank you.
Through you, Lord Mayor. I just speaking humbly here, I am but the chairperson. As your experienced councillor, you know that as much as sometimes chair people want to dictate decisions, we have a team and we do it via a team approach. So we'll raise it at the next committee, and if the team want to do that, then we're more than happy to put that into the schedule. And you know, non-members are allowed to attend on that committee. So I do say we do urge people, whether they're members or they're members of the public, to contribute to that committee by way of questions and further scrutiny. But thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a question for Councillor Bryce-Delve, I believe, as well. I've been led to believe that the contract for garden waste processing is up for re-tendering. I was just interested to know when that process is going to start, please.
Thank you for the question. So first of all, really pleased that this has been the first year that garden waste has covered its cost for the first time. We've had over 26,000 subscriptions in 2023, and we'll be looking to launch the 2024 scheme registrations before Christmas. And as has been done previously, that will involve an early bird period.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think you misunderstood my question, sorry. I was talking, it might be that it's for Councillor Lowry instead. It's about the contract for processing the garden waste that you collect on behalf of Plymouth City Council. I believe that is up for re-tender. I was just interested to know when that is coming forward, please.
Be very happy to organise a briefing for you on that particular topic. You know, the contractual sides of it are very detailed. Wouldn't be able to do it justice within 2 minutes, but if that would be useful, be happy to set that up for you. Thank you.
That's great. The bit that I'm particularly interested in is in light of the debate we've had on the climate emergency today. Can you not hear me? Well, no, because he didn't get the first question correct. So
yeah, he didn't answer the first question.
I wouldn't have done it otherwise. I'm not that cheeky. The bit that I'm particularly interested in is in light of the debate we've had on the climate emergency today, what our parameters are for how close to home we want that to take place, and what our how low we want our emissions to be for that process of generating and processing that garden waste. So it can be over an email if necessary. It doesn't need to be a conversation, but I'm interested, please. Thank you.
Sure. No, I think that's a really valid point you've raised. I'd be happy to get that clarified for you. Thank you.
Councillor Loveridge.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think my question is to Councillor Coker. Councillor Coker,
What is the overall strategy for improving traffic flow and keeping our residents safe in the community?
I've got 2 minutes to answer that.
Over an email?
What I would say is that the council's had a long-term travel local transport plan, which is up for renewal. It is on the website, but if you've got any specific questions relating to any specific problems and roads, because I really wouldn't have time today, Councillor Loveridge, to go through every line in that document, but always happy to discuss any issues with you.
Councillor Bingley.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I think my question is most appropriate for Councillor Coker. And this is to be phrased in a really friendly way. You know, it's not to stoke the hornet's nest. It's about bus shelters, which I know has been slightly controversial over the years in Plymouth. I personally feel that clear bus shelters, i.e. not opaque ones, transparent ones, are better in terms of community safety. And had they been in place historically with connected CCTV, then we might have been able to address further sort of issues around violence or sort of blind spots, if you like. Now, I know that we don't run bus shelters, and it's down to a contractor, but could you establish with that contractor what the coverage is for CCTV at bus shelters, A, and B, can we have more clear bus shelters put in across Plymouth as and when we are able to get that delivered by the contractor, although I do appreciate we do not deliver it as a direct service anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bingley. You guys negotiated and approved the contract that's in there, but having said that, I agree that the new shelters are clearer and they are helping with visibility around bus shelters. In the contract, as you probably know, because it was done, I think, when you were leader, there are CCTV cameras going into some of the new shelters, which will help with that. Our long-term aspiration is working with Councillor Hayden and Councillor Riley to look at areas that are particularly of concern and look at how we go about funding more CCTV in certain areas. But I have to add that not every shelter in the city in the immediate time will have CCTV because we haven't got the money to do that. But we're going with Councillor Riley and Councillor Hayden a strategic approach to what's needed urgently. I hope that comes some way to answer your question.
Just to clarify, so you will ensure that, I know it's, at present we have a certain number of CCTV systems, certain number of clear bus shelters. You will, to clarify, you are saying that you are committed to having more, if the possibility arises with you dealing with a contractor, more CCTV on bus shelters and more clear bus shelters, not opaque ones, just to be really clear.
Yeah, that sounds really common. Yes. What we're doing is the process of installations that the last administration pushed through under the contract have to be installed first. Once that is done, we, together of the two councillors that I've mentioned, will look, because they're coming from it for a Vogue perspective, I'm coming as a transport perspective, and actually our aim is to do more, but at this precise moment, our focus, because if you look at my inbox, Councillor Bingley, even from members over there. Why is this bus shelter gone? Why is that bus shelter gone? When is this bus shelter? So although it was done under the previous administration, I first of all need to get all of these shelters in place as soon as possible, and then you have our commitment that we will look at that as we go forward.
Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I'm afraid my question is for Councillor Coker. On behalf of the residents of Compton Ward, thank you for your hard work for getting the number 30 and number 31 bus back. I cannot tell you how happy residents are with your hard work. However, one small point, and it might seem minuscule, is the timetables that Stagecoach have put up are really quite small, and elderly residents are struggling to read them to know when they can get on the bus. So would it be possible for you to liaise with Stagecoach to get those timetables printed in a bigger format so our bus timetables are accessible for all our residents?
Thank you, Councillor Tippett. I was unaware that Stagecoach are very small. They're not where I've been, but I will commit to talking to Stagecoach. I think it's really important, and that the councillors involved in that bus route do their ultimate to make sure that residents use it, because times are hard. The commitment from Peveril, Compton, and the other areas that the bus goes was that, Councillor Coker, there is a desperate need. I've done that. My bus champion has worked really hard on doing that. But my plea is, yes, I will look at the timetable, but I need everybody to promote this new route because it needs to be used.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Coker. I absolutely will continue to promote the bus service. And could we just be updated once you've spoken to Stagecoach and updated the timetables on the bus stop so we can let our residents know?
Yes, Councillor Tippett, I will do it first thing in the morning.
Councillor Finn.
Yeah, I think it's sort of been covered by Councillor Bingley, just to welcome the £11.4 million investment for our roads from the government.
What was the question there?
The question is, when will the programme be published?
That's not a question. Moving on from that, Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I think I'll give Councillor Coker a rest. I think he's earned his position today. So, a question for Councillor Dan. Councillor Dan, to seem there's a bit of a conflict here.
Councillor, can you speak
yes,
into your microphone,
a bit of a
please?
conflict here. I mean, are we meant to be referring cases directly to officers, which a lot of us used to do, which is what some people have said, and I think you've said that happens today, and then you say, or have said to me, that everything should go through councillor casework. I'm now somewhat confused as to what we should actually be doing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No, you shouldn't be sending it to councillors. What I said was that most of your work goes through councillor casework, but occasionally you will get a piece of casework which is so complex that you tend to refer it directly, if you can, to an officer. So I can think of a safeguarding piece of casework that I came through that I had to deal with it very, very quickly. So I found out who the appropriate person was by asking the question and sent it directly to them because I didn't want it to go to councillor casework. And because it was a safeguarding piece of casework, you have a responsibility to pass it on quickly. I can give another example where I had a piece of casework which had come through, which was an operational piece of casework that the council needed to know about straight away so they could action it, and I sent it straight away to the right team leader because it needed to be actioned. It couldn't wait for 24 hours. So most councillor casework should go through councillor casework, but there will always be times when actually that isn't the right route, and you just have to be sensible in how you do it.
Supplementary? Yeah, thank you, my Lord Mayor. Well, continuing on that theme, would it be possible for the actual cases to be linked to the original email so that when we get a reply, it's actually linked to the original email we sent, not just having to try and match up numbers, or often you can remember. And also, we used to get the telephone numbers for officers who were sending the reply via councillor casework. Now we don't. So we can't actually go back to them to sort out a simple yes or no, or is it this or that. We have to go back to councillor casework. Is that satisfactory?
I'm not going to answer all of that question because I'm not going to land myself in deep water. You go through councillor casework, and then if there is an issue, then you can raise it. If you don't go through councillor casework, we can't track to see where councillor casework is. We have a system. It isn't perfect. We're doing a casework pilot at the moment to see how we can improve it. But coming back to the original conversation that we talked about earlier today, when we had 200,000 taken out of the budget last year, 4 of those posts came out of customer care and customer service, and 3 posts came out of back office business support. So you cannot keep saying, oh, we used to do this or we could do this, because those days are gone. We have to work differently. And your administration did cut the support services for councillor casework.
Councillors, thank you very much. That's the end of the 45 minutes of question time. Thank you very much for your attendance. Have a safe journey home.